Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff Hours Live. I'm Speedy. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. Helmsy off. He should be back, Lord willing, next Wednesday. So we'll be short Helms here during the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show in 1 hour from now, and so we thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG could do unscreened phone calls. That's part of the kickoff hour, so be ready for that. I did mention him, and over to my left it is Mr. Greg Burgess. How are you doing, sir?
What's up?
What's up? A lot happening. Let me just run through it here. A little bit of business as we set the table. That's kind of what we do for the kickoff hour. We get things rolling for the boys, promote the day and what is happening, and so let's do that. At 7:20 Central, that's in if you're listening live, in a little over 2 hours from now, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville will be with us. We'll discuss a number of different things. I know he has introduced a new bill and some other things happening, so we'll catch up with Senator Tommy Tuberville on the Rick and Bubba Show a little bit later. Good friend of the show and American Idol winner Taylor Hicks will be with us. He is going to be part of Heart and Soul with Taylor Hicks and the Taylor Hicks Band at Samford University's Wright Center, Friday, April 19th at 7 p.m. It's part of the AlabamaGameChangers.org. Proceeds from the ticket sales will benefit them, and we'll discuss that. I understand he said there's a lot that we can discuss. This is the main reason he's on, because the Alabama Game Changers do just phenomenal work, and they're the beneficiary of the Heart and Soul with Taylor Hicks, and so we want to make sure we give them the attention they need. But also, he said he's going to be singing the anthem for the UFL. I'm assuming that's the Birmingham Stallions this Saturday night. Yeah. I don't know that for sure. We'll talk to him about that.
Harmony with him?
I did say, hey, bud, I will be there as part of being the stadium MC during the game, so look forward to that. And then, of course, the Regents Tradition Pro-Am. He's going to be there, as he always is, and so we'll hype that up. We'll see him coming up May the 8th. We'll be broadcasting live from Greystone Golf and Country Club as part of the Champions Tour in the Regents Tradition. So it's already here, my friend. It's happening. 2 contests that we introduced to you yesterday, but I want to make sure that you don't forget about them, because you need to go register for the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix meet and greet with Grand Marshal and friend of the show, Riley Green. One winner will be chosen to meet Riley on Saturday, April the 28th, and receive 2 tickets for general admission on Sunday, garage tickets, and parking pass, which is gold. The contest ends for registration this coming Friday at the end of the day, so you want to make sure that you register, and we'll announce the winner on Monday. And then the Dr. Dudney Fix Mama's Mouth is back. It's we've talked to Dudney about how long we've done this. I always forget because it's been that long, but I know it's upwards of almost 20 years that we've been doing the Fix Mama's Mouth or a makeover. I know we've done some military ones. We did Dad's Grill and all that, but Fix Mama's Mouth is back this year, and you can register now. You need to register Mom. Email a close-up picture of Mama. All the registration rules are there under contest for both this and the Riley Green meet and greet Alabama Indy Grand Prix deal. Those are both in contest, so just click on that at rickandbubba.com. But they'll receive about a $17,000 makeover with 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, x-rays, and so all that's there. You just email the entries to support@rickandbubba.com. Deadline is Friday, May the 3rd, and we'll announce May the 13th, which is the Monday following Mother's Day this year. And so all that's there.
There it is.
And I think we got all that done. Bible study live today, noon Central, and so now we're off and running. So we are. We got a lot happening today. Now, yesterday when we left each other, Greg, you and I walked out in the parking lot together, and we were like, okay, bud, we'll see you later. And you said, Speedy, I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but my back's feeling better. I might try to run today. And I said, really? And you said, yes.
It's been, what, a little over a month?
It has been.
It took me down, man.
And this,
I'm struggling.
Tell everybody, because people come and go, tell everybody the weird deal about your back and how it started bothering you.
Yeah, basically, I was running, and it started bothering me bad. I mean, I didn't, and when I'd wake up in the mornings, I couldn't even hardly get out of the bed. Got a little physical therapy, but for what I go 3 or 4 times, that's helped.
Should have probably gone more, but it didn't.
Yeah, but anyway, so yesterday I said, well, I'm just going to try a little bit. So I did walk, but then I would run back.
Okay.
Walk and run back.
So you didn't.
Okay. Now, I'm not ready for the crap run yet. I'll say that. Because that's on the line.
Pain free right now?
Yeah.
So
I don't know. We'll see. It's kind of. I mean, I don't. Well, I tell you what, it is great because you're 57. Stuff just breaks. Breaks down, gets sore, and but for some reason, well, I also changed. I thought, well, somebody told me because my driveway's concrete, and I always run on the driveway. They said, well, get off on the side. It's softer, and you ain't banging you know, feet and your back. And Adler tried to tell me to run more on my toes. You
he did. He actually demonstrated it. He ran across the studio back and forth, going, "Greg, watch me."
So Mr. Buddy followed me down.
He did.
The walk, but then and he'll run back with me one time, but then he's done.
He's done.
Then he'll go sit down and just watch.
That's it, Dad. I'm done.
He does. So he was,
What's Millie doing during all this?
Turning circles and just tearing stuff up.
Okay.
Dragging like blankets out in the yard and
still does that.
Oh yes. Beds that they got dog beds. She'll drag them out in the yard. Handle. I mean a handle.
Does she ever thank you or
she should?
Yeah. Millie is the stray dog that they the rest I don't know what. Did it come through the property?
I just looked one day and there she was.
Yeah, and Lisa
she was
fed
skin and bones.
Lisa fed it, and then it
is
stayed.
pitiful. Somebody abused her. She had scars. She looked. She's had a time, but she was
then
skin
had
and bones.
nine puppies.
Had the 9 puppies, which that's coming up here next week. That'll be a year.
Wow,
1 year for the 8 weeks of hell.
We were talking about that, and I'm glad your back's feeling better. And so you ran everything.
But look, it's early. Yeah. I'm not back yet.
We were talking about the puppy time. Okay, and you were talking to me about the little sleep that you were getting, and everything, and I guess it was yesterday, maybe day before yesterday. I can't remember. We were just walking down the hall, and you said, "Speedy, it's been about a year," and you started telling me about your day, and I remember you would come in and your hands would like literally be shaking.
Listen, honestly,
no sleep.
She well, and I'm not these weird dog people that think we have to hover over, but the mother couldn't feed them. So guess who was up to feed?
And that was Millie.
Me and Lisa. Yeah, so she was out. So Lisa, because she had to have surgery right after she had them. It was just so she finally got to the point where she couldn't. Anyway, so we had to bottle feed them, and they didn't like it. They didn't want it. You had to force them with a syringe. It was like every 3 hours.
So you take in a stray that's already pregnant.
No, I think that's on me. She got pregnant. I should have got her fixed the minute she showed up.
Okay, so
but
she
there was one problem. She wouldn't let me get near her, so it was kind of hard to take her.
But we don't really know, do we?
No, she had been there long enough.
Okay, that she wasn't.
Yeah, and plus,
you know that for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so you took her in. She's weird. She didn't like you. Very skittish.
Yeah, she was little.
Yeah, and then
skin and bones.
Gets pregnant and then has 9 puppies.
And look now, fat as a tick.
Really?
Yes, eats all the time, and I'm talking about just a stump.
Never taken a liking to you though.
No, there's one chair I can sit in. She'll come up to me.
One chair.
Yeah, but any other time, if I reach down, she backs out.
Loves Lisa though.
Oh yeah, loves Lisa.
Sure, of course.
But Buddy's my dog. I mean, he's getting old. His whole face getting gray.
Really?
But anyway, so
well, he goes on your little runs and walks with.
Sure, he does. But yes, it's coming up on a year anniversary of the dog hell.
Yeah,
is what I called it.
Golly, I remember that time. Now it was gold for us because you would come in, little sleep, punchy as all get out, so you'd say anything. But just what you went through and the drive in, the time of day you would get up. I mean, it's not hard labor, but it's tough on sleep and not having any. No downtime at all. You remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember it. When they got where they could eat, like lap the milk up themselves out of the bowl, that made it easier. And then when they got where you put some solid food in and they could eat it too. So it got a little easier then. But when you were taking these stupid syringes, it was crazy.
Now you went out and you had a little plan when they were tiny that you went out and got these little blow up kiddie pools that you put in your yard. And that's what you put them all in.
Yeah.
What did you do with those that you got?
Well, they busted all of them.
Okay.
Because they got bigger. and then they would claw them.
Then they'd get taller than the side. And
Yeah,
they
they
jump
finally
out.
got where they could get out, and it was just there was nothing I could do.
Right.
But they would get in it though, and it looked like Thunderdome. They would just get in this huge pile and just be fighting inside the dome. It was pretty cool.
It's been a year.
Yeah, been a year next week, I think.
I'll let you know how fast time flies, man. It's just.
And Lisa gets updates from all the dogs.
Still,
the owners
okay,
send her
good.
pictures of them and all that. So.
Well, that's good. Well, I know that that's something you'll never forget, my friend.
No, I won't.
But the audience enjoyed it. I know that was hell for you.
It won't happen again because she's fixed.
Okay, good. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now before an emergency strikes. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply are experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, and these kits last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $50 a kit. Are you somebody who likes the deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we are rolling back 22 minutes past the hour, so the table is set for the day, and we thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. A lot happening this week. One thing that I'm excited about is that Saturday night I'll be with the Birmingham Stallions, and when they asked me, they had already had the first game covered with a promotion and some stuff they were doing. And so I'll be part of the UFL's Birmingham Stallions game this coming Saturday, the 20th, at Protective Stadium, stadium I'm pretty familiar with. So looking forward to that. And so if you're headed out, understand it was a good crowd, and they won again. And we are scheduled to have Coach Skip Holtz with us tomorrow morning via Zoom. You know, now that they're not in Birmingham and they're traveling and stuff, sometimes his schedule is a little off. But we
so they play their home games here, obviously, but they're based out of Texas this year, right? The league is the hubs.
I believe so. Yeah,
Austin.
I think you're right. Is it Austin?
Something.
Okay.
It's in Texas.
Okay.
But, because Birmingham was the hub for the USFL for 2 years.
Right.
Or one, anyway.
But they host the D.C. Defenders, and it's a 6 p.m. Central Time start. You can go enjoy some great entertainment and UFL if you're in the market, and you can go. But if not, I know it'll be on TV. I'll be there as part of the stadium activities. Then the two of us, my friend, and I'm looking at you, Greg, we'll be at the shops of Grand River which is right by Bucky's and Bass Pro Shop. And for those of you that stop by when you're on 20 heading east or west, we'll be at the shops at Grand River, part of their Spring Palooza celebration from 1 to 3 p.m. Central. We'll do a little meet and greet in the common area with our flagship station, 104.7 WZZK. So make plans to stop by if you are in that area. They got tons of stuff going on all day long.
Come on.
Shopping, fun, food, and then the two of us hanging out.
There we go.
I understand live music, everything. So it's just a big old day we got going on. Yesterday, when you do an activity, and you even mentioned it with your back bothering you and you were running and stuff like that, even though you had done a lot, it's just that one day your back said, okay, and today you've done something weird, and so I'm gonna be a handle for the next month. If you don't just bend down over and over and over again and do that activity, or go down to your knees working in the yard, bend back up, go back down, bend back up. It's not that you can't do it. It's just you don't do that activity a lot, so the next day you're all stiff and sore. Well, for 2 days in a row, we have discussed this. It's not new, but with dogs and the pea spots and your yard browns up, and if you got bushes, they kill some of the limbs and the leaves. And anyway, I'd said, all right, that's it. We've got to get control of our backyard. Or if not, it's just going to turn into one brown spot. Okay.
One big pea grass yard.
So I've brought this up, and the audience helped. I've done my own research, and I came up with my own concoction to where I think I can fertilize it, do what I need to do, and see if it works with new seed, all your peat moss and your topsoil and all this kind of stuff. But if there's 100 little brown spots, then guess what you're doing? You're up and down 100 times, times 3, because you have about 3 different levels of stuff that you have to put down.
Great.
Greg, I have gone through
bags around the yard,
bags of soil and fertilizer, and I don't know if it's worth. I told Terry, I said, honey, I know right now it looks really bad because the yard looks just horrendous right now in the backyard. I had to mow it down, get everything ready, and it's just got patches everywhere, and now they're full of all the little concoctions and stuff, and I hope it takes to it. And give it a couple of weeks, they say, and you should start to see grass growing and all that. And I know that now the dogs will just move around that and pee in other areas. I know that, and I'll be chasing brown spots, I guess. I don't know.
For the rest of your life.
And, you try to give them these chewables that they claim helps their lower digestive and gut system and all that to where they want.
Sounds like a good idea.
If you own a dog and you care about your yard, y'all know what I'm talking about, because this is something that dog owners fight a lot because it's just part of it. I tried though, but I will tell you this: my lower back and my hamstrings right now are as tight as you can imagine. I have bent down so much.
What about this morning when you tried to get up out of the bed?
I mean, it's not like the pain you
that's
experience.
When it's really when you've been laying there all night and you get it. Oh,
you were like pain. I can't. I got a problem. I need to go get help. I'm just sore.
Yeah,
and oh my God, because
you walk like this.
Yes, and then taking a knee. Your knee
then you got to get up.
My knee's all yes.
Don't forget you got to get up.
I made so many noises getting up. But my gosh, the last 2 mid to late afternoons.
It didn't matter.
Oh no, just up and down, up and down, up and down. But I'll take a picture, and I don't think I did, but I'll take a picture of the situation so you can see because I didn't do it. I'm mad I didn't do it before and after. But what I don't get is that the dogs just lay there and just look at me, and I'm thinking, do y'all realize this? Y'all are the reason I'm doing this.
You're the problem.
You're the problem, and you're looking at me like, man, what are you doing?
But then they look at you and go, well, what do you expect us to do?
Right. We got to pee.
Yeah, where are we going to pee? You want us to get on the commode? That'd be a tough one to learn.
Yeah, it would be. It would be.
Quite a trick.
So if I'm walking
really
a little weird, walking a little weird, as when I get up, just know. And when I'm moving around, it'll loosen up. But today I was like, so it's real. I'm extremely sore. I don't, and it was so sad. And I told Terry, I don't even know if it's going to work. But
how about that? All that work and it may not.
But I have Bermuda grass, and they I got tons of emails. Hey, this is what's worked, and I did some research and I saw videos, and they you got to rake out all the dead grass and get it all out of there, get it down to the soil, and then. Then find some Bermuda seed and some stuff and that peat moss or something, put it down and get a good layer of topsoil down and fertilize. Anyway, I've done all that. It's been a number of steps. I've done it all. It might not grow. It might. But Bermuda grass, it grows kind of sideways.
Yeah.
So I told Terry, worst case scenario, I have filled all the dead spots. I have filled it up. So worst case scenario, it'll just kind of grow together, I guess. I don't know. But we'll see. I'll give you an update.
All that labor.
Oh, my goodness.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise fitness, better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. In all kinds of emergencies, supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Senator Tommy Tuberville scheduled to be on the show today. Taylor Hicks will join us today. Bible study live today, noon Central. 2 brand new contests have hit rickandbubba.com. Just click on contest. You can register to have a meet and greet with Riley Green. He's the Grand Marshal of the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. That's quickly approaching. You can meet Riley on Sunday, April 28th, and receive 2 Sunday journal admission and garage tickets and a parking pass. The contest wraps up at the end of Friday, so you want to go there and register, and one lucky winner will be drawn. We'll announce that on Monday. And then Fix Mama's Mouth is there. Go look at the details, get Mom registered, and about a $17,000 makeover, some 10 upper veneers, bleaching, cleaning, x-rays. Always, the before and afters are always amazing. The stories that come with it, too, are pretty cool. And so go there at rickandbubba.com, click on contest. All the information is there, but you have to follow the instructions in order for them to select the right person. Know that they can do the work. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
Speaking of Riley Green,
yeah.
I heard you mention Riley. You know, we watched Gronk yesterday with the Have you seen Riley's pitch at opening pitch for, I think it was LSU? But he got on there and smoked it.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He threw at LSU?
Yeah. It was, I think it was on Instagram.
Okay.
I think I saw it. But, yeah, you know, a lot of these first pitches are disasters. Right. Well, boy, he brought it.
Okay.
It was a good one.
I have not seen that. Let me look at it.
I think it was LSU. I think it was.
See, Riley Green, first pitch.
He let it rip.
And let's see what we got here.
You can go ahead and check it out, huh?
Yeah, I am. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right. Well, I was just going to say.
It's just we cover a lot of these celebrity first pitches.
Yeah.
Most of them are not very good. This is actually a good one.
Mm-hmm. I don't see it.
Yeah. Well,
when was it?
Then. Oh, it's not new.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's like a week or so ago.
Okay. All right. I'll find it. That's something that we need to look at, though, for sure. Throughout first pitch, yeah. Well, he's been doing that a while, hasn't he? So yeah, he's a good athlete. When we played with him at the Pro-Am, Regions Tradition, I'm assuming he'll be back this year. I haven't talked to him about that.
Doesn't seem like it's been a year. I can't believe all that's already back.
I know. He's good. He can hit that golf ball too. He says, well, we play a lot. You know, in between shows and different things, we'll go out and play for a second and have a good old time. All right, so we talked about a couple of things. I know the WNBA, Biden has come out and, it's all about votes and this, that, and the other. And we've discussed this with the U.S. women's soccer team and others. It's tough because, if revenues don't match when it comes to sports like the NBA and the WNBA, it's tough to pay out salaries that compare the two. But I understand he's saying
you can't compare them.
You can't. There's no way. I mean, because we got numbers here to back it up, but Biden has come out saying they need to be paid more. Is that right?
Yeah, he put it on X. They claim it was him. He said that women should be paid what they deserve. He said women in sports continue to push new boundaries to inspire us all, but right now we're seeing even if you're the best women, you're not paid your fair share. Now, we got to first of all. We know you can't compare men's and women's NBA. Mm-hmm. I mean that we have the numbers to back that. They're not going to make what the NBA makes. No. They're not. They didn't generate. Now, if you want to say, hey, revenue's up and the players are not getting more, well, that's what your players' union's about.
That's right.
Work that out. And there are players, because it all starts because Caitlin Clark and the rookie contract, she's going to earn $76,000. But now she's okay because she has a bunch of sponsors because of NIL, so she's going to be all right. But again, I think Russell Wilson even come out and said that she should be paid more. That's a little bit irresponsible when you go revenues up, they should be paid more because up to this point, the owners were eating it probably every year, losing money.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe they should but my point is that's what you negotiate, but don't just go that the WNBA doesn't make what the NBA makes because it's apples and oranges. It's not the same. You're not dealing with the same type of money or business plan. That's not true. And it does seem to be more popular. I don't know about the WNBA. The college this year with Caitlin Clark and all that seemed to have. And you know what? She'll eventually she's going to make it up in NIL and that anyway. She's going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying there's more to it than just going, hey, women aren't getting paid enough, and Biden had to get out and throw his 2 cents in.
Yeah.
But you got to look at the numbers. And like I say, I'm sure revenues are up compared to where they were, but it's been a slow climb.
It has. Now look, the 2024 WNBA draft, it did, I think, is probably as good as it ever has as far as the WNBA goes. It drew 2.4 million viewers on ESPN's coverage. That's a massive increase in due to Caitlin Clark being selected first overall to the Indiana Fever. So that's good news. But now look, do I think if you play a professional sport at the highest level that you can play, you shouldn't have to go get another job?
No.
Okay, you shouldn't have to go get a side job just to make ends meet.
No.
So if you have a player that's making 70-something thousand, I know there's a lot of you out there that make that or less and make ends meet. So I'm not saying they can't survive, but if they're in some of these bigger markets, it's tougher because things are just cost more, rent, lease, mortgage, whatever. You shouldn't have to go out and get another job. No, but something has to be done, and it goes back to the players' union as far as them being paid as much as they can, because I know in the entertainment business, you'll never get paid what you're worth, but you sure will get paid less.
Yeah.
And so they need to try to get the maximum amount they can get within reason.
The highest paid player, there's a couple that make like $240,000 a year.
Okay.
They're the highest paid player.
Okay.
And again, I'm sure it's just the rookie contracts, or they got a limit on how much they're going to pay. That's just the way it's always been set up. And again,
exactly.
If you think that the revenues are up and you're not getting a fair deal, well, again, negotiate. How about this? Don't play and go until y'all work this out. Mm-hmm. That'll hurt their business plan.
Yeah,
if nobody's playing,
right?
If you go on strike,
I think you need to maximize the amount that you can make for the average player.
Yeah,
not the best, because the best are obviously the higher contracts. They're doing great, but the base salary, the basic player that's just on the roster, you need to maximize that. But where we kind of go off the road here is when we start trying to compare the men and women.
See, that's
because
just
that's where and it's nothing. It's nothing to downgrade women. It's just revenue-wise, you can't compare that.
And up to this point, maybe the revenue is up, but up to this point, it hadn't been.
But to your point, if revenue's up, then the players' union needs to maximize their negotiations as far as what they have and their ratings for the WNBA.
Exactly.
But don't look at the NBA and go, well, see, look what they do, because you can't compare the two just from ratings and revenue and all that kind of stuff. You just can't. But that's what Biden's trying to insinuate.
And like I said, 2023, the WNBA was the most watched regular season in its 21 years.
Okay, that's
averaging
that's
505,000 viewers. And then the attendance was up 16% compared to last year. The average attendance in 23 was 6,615, and the total attendance was like a little over 1 million. But so as those things come up, then you have arguments that you can negotiate.
Yeah.
But don't just come out and go, the women need to be paid as much as the men, because that's just crazy.
Yeah, it
ain't
is.
Men. It's not. These numbers are not based on men and women. They're based on a product and how much it generates.
That's it.
Hey, I promise you, if the women's generated that kind of money, they could demand that pay just like it.
But to your point, is more attendance and TV ratings go up and all that kind of stuff. Now you have more leverage and you can get more.
Yeah. Again, you can't just do it and everybody lose money every year. I mean, doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. We'll see how that plays out.
Biden's he's on it, so
yeah,
I'm sure. Of course, it was on X, so it probably wasn't him. Anyway.
He probably wasn't him. Probably somebody just trying to stir it up.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. One more segment, and then Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. A very, very busy show on tap today. So settle in, and we'll get you through your day. And we thank you for being with us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it It's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leafilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Tyler from Wendy's here. The best part of Wendy's new Cinnabon Pull-Apart is every part. Unlike mornings, which have no good parts, until now. Because with Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon Pull-Apart, mornings finally don't completely suck. And now that mornings have warm cinnamon sugar rolled dough and ooey gooey frosting, are they the best part of every day? Probably not, but you get the idea. Get to Wendy's today and get the best part in every bite with the new Cinnabon Pull-Apart.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchisor SPV LLC.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Wake
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by amac.us/Bubba. We finally found the conservative alternative to AARP that we've all been looking for. The Association of Mature American Citizens is more than a senior discount organization, although they've certainly got you covered in that department, that's for sure. But at amac.us/Bubba, if you're a member, you will enjoy so many money-saving travel benefits for hotels, car rentals, cruises, theme parks, shows, events, movies, food, dining, and more. You need to visit amac.us/Bubba today so you can seize an exclusive election year special, a 4-year membership for just $30. This is a membership everyone in our audience can and will love, so join us and take advantage of this election year special and get 4 years for just $30. Or if you prefer just 1 year, it's just $16, and be a part of the solution over the next 4 years. By becoming AMAC members, you'll be strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we all hold dear, and you'll save money in the process. So check it out. It's a win for everybody. AMAC, amac.us/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. You're getting older when you start getting mail about stuff like this.
Oh, yeah. I've been getting that.
I know. It's like, what you talking about, huh?
What you talking about?
What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
What?
Oh, man. The emails on our last topic are pretty funny. You just got to be level-headed about it, right, Greg?
That's right.
I mean, you can't be delusional.
Well,
a lot of folks say, well, look, if the far left and the wealthy, the Russell Wilsons, the President Biden's and stuff, there's nothing that says they can't donate towards the cause for higher salaries in the WNBA.
Yeah, why not?
Donate to it. Help out the owners.
Caitlin Clark has an argument. She goes, I'm hugely popular, which she is.
Yeah.
People are going to come watch me play for the Fever.
Right.
At least early.
Yeah.
And I'm going to generate, but yet I'm locked into the same rookie contract as people who are not going to be able to draw people.
Right.
So, there's things, but again, that's your players union needs to work all that out.
They do. Maximize what you can make according to your ratings and the attendance and the revenue being brought in by the owners. And hey, we're all for that. But comparing it to the NBA and their revenue and their audience, that's just delusional. But maximize what you can do, though. That's for sure.
That's it.
Did you see, Greg? We have this Precious video. It's got some bad language in it, which I know you like, but just the reaction is something else. If you're in a small town, let's say in Montana,
okay.
And you're just sitting there, a pretty little town. All of a sudden, you see an elephant come running down the road. An elephant.
Because elephants are not native to Montana.
No, they're not.
So that would be, something that would get your attention.
Yeah. Really, to be honest with you,
if you were on a safari, it wouldn't. But in Montana, yes.
Any animal you see running down the road that you don't normally see, if it's not, what would you say, a cat, a dog, what's we going to go with?
I might even give you a goat.
Yeah, maybe so.
It'll give you a second look.
Right.
But
you're going to, if you saw a donkey or a horse.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But if you live down south, that's not uncommon. You could see something like that. An elephant, though?
No.
That's going to get some heads turned there. And an elephant was running loose in Montana yesterday after it escaped from a traveling circus that was in town.
Who do you think left the gate open?
I don't know.
You know how them elephants are. It might have let itself out.
But it's in Montana, as I said. It was running loose down Harrison Avenue after it temporarily escaped from a traveling circus. You can see the trainers or the person in charge, maybe the one that left the gate open, jogging beside it, begging for it to stop.
How you going to stop it? How you go? Hold up, big fella.
It was the Jordan World Circus that's in town.
That's right up there.
I didn't know that they still did stuff like that.
I didn't either. I guess the lower circuses didn't give in to the PETA like Ringling Brothers, which shut it down after hundreds of years of service.
This is how it happened, Greg. They said that the elephant, the handlers, let's see, I'm trying to figure out who this guy is. Melvin, they're interviewing Melvin. Melvin said the elephant's handlers were washing the female elephant outside the Civic Center when a passing vehicle backfired and spooked the elephant. The elephant ran across the busy Harrison Avenue, stopping traffic while the handler ran after it. And you can see this.
She did not like the backfire.
Somebody got cell phone footage of it. It was taken by Brittany McGinnis, I should say.
She got quite the mouth on her.
She does. The reaction.
Yeah.
The elephant was running across the avenue near where there's busy traffic and businesses, and the trainer running like through the town pump gas station chasing the elephant was pretty funny. But
just hoping that the elephant would get tired and stop, because there's nothing you can do to stop it.
No, but
what are you gonna do?
But this helps a little bit because it wasn't like there was a gate opened or whatever.
Yeah,
now, do I tell them they probably need to have a better, I guess, hold on the elephant than a car coming by and backfiring?
They're thinking, we didn't think about the backfire.
No. Well, I bet you that the elephant's probably well mannered.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so it's the Civic Center manager, Bill Melvin, is the one that was being quoted there.
Okay. Well, like I said, of course, you rode an elephant one time on the show, didn't you?
Yeah, haven't you?
I have,
you ride
but
an
not
elephant?
on the show. I rode an elephant when I was a kid at Lion Country Safari. But and a llama.
And a llama.
Yeah.
I have not ridden
but
a
you
llama.
rode the elephant at the state fair or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. We've
what if that elephant?
We've ridden a lot of animals, haven't we, buddy?
I know we have.
Yeah.
What if that elephant decided it didn't want you on there?
I was.
What if it had just took off running? They couldn't stop, and you were on there.
Mm-hmm.
Look, here you go.
I was trying to think. I don't know if this makes any sense, but kind of think strong, like I'm not scared.
Yeah.
Because they can sense things like that. So
you didn't want it to pick up on any nervousness,
right? Because I inside I was screaming.
There's a part of me that wishes that elephant would have got out of control and just took off running, like threw you off, but just took off running fast. Nobody could stop it with you on it.
You're just riding muscle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just feel his muscles on your booty. That's crazy.
Man.
No, I didn't have a saddle or anything. I just jumped up
That's
around.
the same place we fed the grizzly bear.
Mm-hmm.
You remember we went to that little petting zoo and we kept messing with Adler?
I will say this. Yes, I do. Us feeding that grizzly might have been the dumbest thing we've ever done. We stuck our hand in that fence
with a marshmallow.
If that grizzly decided,
he loved marshmallows.
If that grizzly decided, and I don't like your hand,
yeah, I'm gonna
it could have been. It could have been something. Our hand smelled different.
Yeah. What if it grabbed your arm and pulled you into the fence? See,
what would you have done if I was getting pulled in? Would you have helped me?
I'd have took off running. No, I'd have helped you.
No, you wouldn't.
I'd have reached over and punched it. I'd have punched it in the head.
You're a fleer.
No,
yeah,
I'm just kidding when I say that.
You're a fleer.
Just depends on how bad you were.
I'd lean in. I'd been pulled on you. I'd have grabbed your waist. Greg, I got you, Greg.
You pull on.
You remember how big his nose and mouth was? So
I hope he'd go for the marshmallow. Remember, he said, kind of put your fingers, don't stick your fingers straight up.
You want to know why?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll bite them.
That's smart. Then he brought the little ones out. Remember that?
Yes.
He had them 2 small ones on leash. Oh, boy.
That'd have been bad.
That'd have been bad.
Well, we'll show footage and get the guy's reaction to the elephant running loose there in Montana. But giving it a bath.
Yeah.
Car backfires. Freaks the elephant out. Starts running.
Didn't even finish the bath.
No. Just took off.
Ran right through town. Everybody's panicking. One girl's feminine. She gets to dropping F-bombs.
She does in the car.
Yeah, you can't play that.
I'll tell you this. She can't believe what she's seeing.
No, evidently not. She made that very evident, too.
And she's got a little bit of an Aunt Martha laugh about her.
Yeah. But she put quite the description out there.
She did. All right, so we have set the table for the day. Busy one on tap. Don't go anywhere. Main show starts next. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Himself. And sometimes that's a blessing, sometimes that's a curse, but God is in full control of every ruling authority that we have in the world for all time. But are you saying that if he doesn't go in right now, but he comes back and runs again, that prophecy would still be good or no?
I can't say that, but I don't really see that happening. I'm not God, so I don't know.
Right.
My feeling is, like I said, this is going to be, this is almost kind of going to be like God's Hail Mary,
Yeah, well, the 6 Day War, the 6 Day War, and all of that. I got you, but let's go back to this.
We're almost out of 6 days.
So now I'm going to say this: if Trump is not a two-term president, will you acknowledge that these so-called prophets are false prophets?
I don't think that I would acknowledge that they are false prophets, but I think that God can use anything.
Whoa. No, this is big. Heather, this is big. This is real big.
But Heather, at some point, the rubber has to meet the road, and either their prophecy is true or it's not. And if it's not, then they are a false prophet by definition, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Do you think that God gives confusing messages to people?
No, I don't. I do not believe that he gives confusing messages to people. I believe that because we're not all knowing, we don't always know his plan, and we don't know how that may come about.
Right.
I agree.
I agree. I'm all for. I'm trying to help you here, and you keep doubling down. I'm all for you saying if this one doesn't happen, then that prophecy stands, because he may come back and be president again.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm okay with you. That may give, but if you're going to say this is the drop dead, no, what they meant was he would be a two-term president back to back, and it doesn't happen, then they are false prophets.
Yeah, no, I didn't. When you asked me earlier, I didn't say that that wasn't possible for him to not come back and be a two-term president. A two-term president means what it means, whether it's back-to-back or whether it's in the future.
Okay.
But I just don't think that it's time to give up on that, because my thing is that I know that if God says something, he's going to do it.
Well,
and that's where I'm at right now.
Right. Well,
there's the key.
That's I got you.
That goes back to Rick's
I got
question.
you, but you have to be sure that God said that. That's the biggie, because some of these prophets have said they're not sure, and anytime a prophet's not sure, then he doesn't say the Lord said and all this. So we will see, but we will know sooner or later, won't we?
We will. Have you guys had the opportunity to listen to Kim Clement and his prophecy? He or the prophecies he gave. Passed away before Trump ran.
No, I don't know.
I'm gonna wait till after the 20th.
I don't spend much time in that world. I got so many things that the Bible says clearly that I need to deal with. I really don't have time for all that. So I'm about his business. I know what Jesus told me to do, and that's what I'm doing. And no matter what comes my way, no matter who the president is, no matter what happens, I do what he said to do, whatever environment I end up in. So, and he's pretty clear on that. What I wouldn't do is spend time on so-called modern-day prophets if that's getting in the way of the things the Bible clearly has told you to do. And I'm not saying you're that way, but I know some people who are that way. They're obsessed on that YouTube channel, and meanwhile, people are not being told about Jesus. So,
this was something that I actually came upon before all of this had happened.
Right.
Keep in mind too, Heather, and I think this is very important.
Right.
And I'm not trying to discount what you're saying or what you're
because we don't
believing, because I don't know. God is capable of anything.
No doubt about that.
But we also know in the Bible that was God's word to us that He clearly says that they will be false prophets and they will deceive many.
Right.
We know that. Matter of fact, Matthew 24:11. So if those are out there, we have to be discerning. That means we do have to look and measure what they're saying versus what actually is the truth or what actually happened.
Yeah, and I don't know about these guys, but I know some of the ones that I do know that said something's going to happen in a month. What I don't allow a so-called prophet to do is go, well, now I know I saw his finger, I think it was the hand of God, thump the month of November, but now I think it's going to be actually February. See, that's not a prophet. That's not a prophet. And
that's a moving screen.
And I will go this far, and this is probably where I go too far, and Lord, if I'm wrong, forgive me, please. I think that what we're living in now, to Bubba's point, that the scriptures are complete and the revelation is there. People have prophetic messages, meaning, hey, we need to do this. The Lord's anger burns and gets this. and I'm telling you that God's wrath is coming, and this has got to change, whatever. But as far as these prophets that say the Lord says this, and they're telling you the future, I don't put a lot of weight in that.
Just be very, very careful.
I don't put a lot of weight in that. I know the future. God's told me the future. I think that era is over. Now, prophetic words, meaning, you got somebody who's an evangelist, somebody who teaches more in a prophetic way, meaning I think God wants us to hear this. Sure, that's going on, no doubt. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back. 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour has begun. We're thankful that you're here. Kickoff hour is behind us. The national anthem gets us started. Go 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being here. Kickoff hours behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, knocked that out for you. Helmsy is away coaching. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's got your YouTube experience. If you're watching us live, hello. You're watching us on the archive, hello. If you're listening to America's boldest radio stations live, thank you. If you're catching the TuneIn app, thank you. If you are catching the podcast archives, thank you. So whether you're live or archived, Team Rick and Bubba, we are all glad that you are here. A lot to do on the program today. We will visit with Senator Tommy Tuberville out of Alabama today. We will talk to former American Idol Taylor Hicks. And all that's going on in the world of Taylor Hicks, and a chance to see him in concert and help a great cause. But we'll also check in on all things Taylor Hicks today. Wednesday Bible study returns. We are almost finished with 2 Corinthians. Probably if I pushed, I could have got it finished today, but I didn't want to rush it, so we will definitely be finished next Wednesday, Lord willing. So anyway, catch that today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel, the archive available soon after. So a couple of great contests going on at rickandbubba.com. Click on the contest button there. We're missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba 30 plus years.
changes. I'll be here when you are ready to roll with the changes. Got to be able to roll with them, baby.
Roll with the changes.
Roll with the changes. REO Speedwagon. Bubba, action-packed day today, friend.
Oh, we got all kind of stuff going on today. As you mentioned, Senator Tommy Tuberville will be with us. He's got a new bill he's introducing.
Yes, he does.
And he's on the front lines. Taylor Hicks, former American Idol.
Yep.
And a friend of the show will also be checking in with us. A lot going on with him. And, you know, the wacky world, it never fails.
Nope. No, it doesn't. So we'll get that. You were talking in the break, and any time that I'm reminded of our dear friends at Babylon Bee, have you been? You mentioned Caitlin Clark. Is that her name?
Yes.
That is the best, the great basketball player and all that. So Saturday Night Live, we were talking about some things that are out there. We're never up. To late enough to see that anymore. But when we see clips out on all the reels and all that stuff, some of it's funny. We might review some of that. But you mentioned Caitlin Clark making an appearance. Babylon Bee, Caitlin Clark becomes highest paid WNBA player in history with a lucrative 4-figure annual salary.
You mentioned
you get them stirred up. The president's done weighed in.
Well, that's hilarious. If
funny.
you can't laugh, we've made our whole living being self-deprecating.
Oh, absolutely.
That's funny.
You mentioned Saturday Night Live, which she had a guest appearance on this weekend, and we were reviewing. You know, when we were growing up, it was funny. I mean, it was just a funny show.
Yeah.
They made fun of everybody.
Yep.
Things that even I hold dear,
Sure.
and you have to laugh at them because they were funny.
Right.
And they kind of got away from that and got like mean political for a while.
Yeah, and only one side.
Yeah, and very one-sided, which is not as funny.
No, it's not.
So I think if you equally offend, you can get away with it, make it funny. But we were talking about a couple of skits from this past weekend. And my son had told me, he said, "Hey, have you seen these? You know, everybody's talking about them." I said, "No, I hadn't."
You're right.
So I went and looked at them last night.
I actually prefer this. I actually prefer this versus, because usually what would happen if we had to watch the show.
Right.
The majority of it we probably would find unentertaining and even offensive at times. So now in the world of reels and all that, people just give you the stuff, the only thing you care about anyway. And then you pick and choose what bits you want to watch.
I saw several bits, the opening monologue, the Beavis and Butthead skit.
Yeah, you told me about that. I was surprised that they made a Beavis and Butthead joke because they've kind of left. We got a whole generation doesn't even know who they are.
And Rick, it was
true.
You know, it was really clean for the most part too.
Yeah,
and it was funny. Greg saw it, and we were both laughing about it. But then, here it is. Here it is.
Are we ready for it now?
Okay, can we see it?
Yeah, you do. Is this okay?
Oh, Greg, you were watching this yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw that.
So
you can believe I wasn't up watching it. So
I never see that.
Yeah, I see Keenan. What's his last name? Thompson.
Been on there forever.
And of course, we know him because our kids, when they're now adults, when they were little, they watched Keenan and Kel.
Good Burger.
Yeah, Good Burger. All right, so here we go. All right.
Professor, you've been very outspoken about the threat AI poses. Can you explain your stance to the average American?
The way he looks.
I'm sorry, what?
Can you explain your stance on AI to the average American?
Certainly. To be clear, I'm not anti-AI. I just I believe AI needs to be properly regulated. I'm sorry.
Professor, is there a problem?
Yeah. There's a gentleman in your audience who looks strikingly similar to Beavis.
and it goes
And he
on.
played. They go to him. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
And that's what's his name?
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling's back there dressed just like like he's in makeup to be Beavis.
Adler, there's one more part where he leaves the seat, Butthead comes and sits down.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's out there going,
and he objects again, and when the host turns around to see who he's talking about, and they lose it.
Yeah,
is pretty funny. But
About the threat AI poses.
okay, so here we go again.
And something that simple is just funny. I don't know.
That looks like butthead.
Professor, just because our audience members aren't as informed on the issue as you doesn't make them butt heads.
Butthead from the cartoon. He Beavis' friend.
I'd really like to move on and discuss AI, so would you like him to move?
Yes, thank you. The man with the gray shirt and exposed gums.
Sir.
She loses it. She
And when the people doing it break up, that's what makes it the best. The Carol Burnett show made that famous when they couldn't get through the skits.
Harvey Korman,
I love that
stuff.
show.
See, this is where they need to live, right here.
Yeah.
Stuff like this.
See, that is it's just funny.
Yeah.
Nothing dirty about it.
And like I say, have fun politically with both sides. There's plenty there. Babylon B certainly does.
And the woman that keeps getting abducted, what's her name? Kate McKinnon.
Kate McKinnon,
She's
that's-
back, Rick. Another good skit, by the way.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They call me Cowboy, Greg. Cowboy, go ahead.
How y'all doing, fellas?
I'm good. How about you, Cowboy?
Doing well, doing well. Y'all been burning me up the last few days. I typically agree with about 89% of what y'all talk about.
Well, that's not bad.
I'm a God-fearing.
89% is pretty good.
I don't even have that percentage with my wife.
God-fearing man. Let's take all the conspiracy and prophetic wisdom, all that stuff, and put it on. Let's put that to the side.
Okay, there we are agreeing again.
Yeah.
Y'all's reaction. I mean, y'all just said that we need to model our ground game after Stacey Abrams from Georgia. Okay.
I said she was successful in what she did, and maybe we need to follow that example. Yeah.
Because I would design my football team after Saban.
Yes.
So Trump put together the best ground game in political history.
The first time.
This year.
The first time.
Turnout.
The
Best
first time.
turnout.
The first time.
So, and when we also said that we need to go to our politicians and tell them that we won't stand for this again about, and we want to be able to trust our elections. Now, we have been doing the same old thing over and over and over again. What makes us think that going to our politicians or getting new ones in there is ever going to change anything? We've already been told that we can't trust it.
Cowboy,
So,
let me.
You can take all the Dominion, you can take all that stuff out of here, but the problem is the mail-in voting, and I don't think y'all would disagree with that.
No, we already said that.
Yeah.
We said that things were allowed to be done,
That's right.
but because of the pandemic,
That's right.
that should never be allowed to be done again.
And I agree with that. So what makes us think that we can't? Why are we not already drawing the line in the sand? Because how is it ever going to change in the future?
Cowboy,
if we change people, it's just the same old game.
Let me compress this down, because obviously you don't like what we're saying or care for it. What do you think we should do?
You're totally in charge.
You're in charge. You're the leader of the pack.
You're the
What do you wanna
cowboy.
do?
You're the cowboy on the lead horse, and we're going to do whatever you want to do. So go.
I've had enough of my freedoms either compromised.
What are you going to do about it?
threatened.
What are you going to do about it? Got it. I agree with you 100%. So we're going to do what? Cowboys in charge. Go.
We are not going to trust our politicians and put a different person in place. I'll tell you that much. So if it's a call to arms, it's a call to arms. If it is, let's all march and stand in the way again or storm the Capitol again, at least we are standing up and saying that this is our country, and you're not just going to take it from us like that. Now, it didn't turn out the way we liked it. It was not very well planned. I'll give you that. But just sitting around and saying, move on from the election and fire ourselves up about something new. Well, it's not putting another stinking politician in an office to think we're going to. I mean, insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Yeah,
Man, I've never heard that before. I've never heard that before.
Cowboy,
Hey,
today, this afternoon.
Cowboy, we won an election. Cowboy, we won an election last time, 4 years ago. We won the election 4 years ago.
We've already that was different than this one. We've already said because of what makes you think they're not going to keep mail-in voting in place?
Well, then that's where we got to fight. If you're going to take up arms against the United States government right now,
Cowboy. What are you saying today? We ought to go where and who we going to shoot at?
All I'm saying is, y'all said that you would take up arms at the point when they come to take your Second Amendment. Correct?
Correct.
You said that. Okay. So all I'm saying is that my line is closer up than yours. So if you're going to do it, you're just going to do it at a later freedom. Well, we're saying the same thing. All I'm just trying to figure out at what point, what freedom of yours has to be threatened or taken before you're going to say, okay, enough is enough.
Cowboy, let me ask you this, though, from a historical standpoint. Do you really think that you can have an armed revolt that would make a difference in this country right now?
I'm not going to just try. Well, I think it's the better option than just sitting around and continuing to getting freedoms taken away. Hey, I've got all the ammunition.
All you're going to do is end up in a jail cell somewhere or dead.
Yeah. You're going to end up in jail or dead.
Let me, Cowboy. Let me propose this to you. Let me propose this to you. The most successful change in our society we've had in our lifetime was what Martin Luther King Jr. did, and he did it without any weapons. Think about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show and then some. So still to come on the program, Senator Tommy Tuberville will be here. Also Taylor Hicks. So as far as guests go, and then we'll get to some of your phone calls today too. As we work through it. So there you go. That was impromptu. We were just talking about some funny stuff that we saw and Babylon Bee and all that.
How about I'm glad they're getting back to being funny. I don't know who the producer is or how they're addressing that, but I certainly am glad they're getting funny.
Well, it's one of those things where they probably like a lot of folks, I think right now. And we do, we update some, but we'd never do the whole show on it and probably could do less of it and have tried to do less of it because I think the political stuff now, like back in, when Carson would do a little something here or there, it was all very, very tame and it was equally, put on either the Democrats or the Republicans. It was just kind of a making fun of politicians in general. And I think you do okay there. I think now it's so polarized and the ideologies are so distant from each other that people no longer there's not as much. It's not lighthearted like it once was. I think people they will turn something off if they hear too much of something, and then some people it just gets old, especially if what you're doing is clearly just trying to promote one political party. And we try to be even-handed about it. Now, what happens is it's so polarized now. We obviously are conservatives, but if you make fun of anything dealing with conservatives, mainly Trump, that even warrants it, then all the people who support Trump get mad at you because you're not allowed to ever say anything negative, even when the person has done something that is worthy of being made fun of. So it's almost now where politics, I think if you go there for comedy, I'm not talking about for updates or for discussion. Right. If you go there for comedy, I don't think there's a lot of win there. No. Because I don't think your audience can take it anymore. There's a big turnoff factor. You're right. You can't make fun of who they support or they're after. They're done. Yeah, even if you support that person, even if you support that person too, you're just making fun of something that's worthy of being made fun of. Yeah. It's almost like nobody has a sense of humor about that right now. So if they're getting away from that, and I don't know that they are, I don't watch it enough to make that call. Like say, I'll see something funny like that, and it's brought to the show, and you laugh at it. But the overall show, I don't know anything about because I don't watch it. Yeah. So anyway, some other things I was telling the guys starting the show, I get a tremendous amount of email and I guess a lot of people, they hear the show in so many different times. They continue to talk about, and I didn't even know what the name of this conference is, with this Mark Driscoll thing in Missouri. He and John Lindell. So many of you apparently missed us talking about that. We did talk about that on Monday. Some of you still take issue. Now there's a big theological discussion on Matthew 18, whether he really even violated that because it's designed for someone that has offended you and has done something and all that. That wouldn't apply to this. So now there's a whole Matthew 18 discussion. But the bottom line is this. We did talk about it. There is an update. Apparently, the conference went on, and Mark Driscoll went and talked to John Lindell. They both came back out on the stage together. Mark Driscoll got to deliver his message with John out there with him. They had an open discussion, and then Mark got to do his message. And wherever you are on what happened and how Mark dealt with it and how John dealt with it, here's where they have landed. Mark says he was wrong, Matthew 18 or not, or however you feel about Matthew 18, that he was wrong. Whether he violated Matthew 18, in your opinion, he just said it wasn't the right thing to do to come out and know John and talk to John and not mention it to John, and then I did it out here in the conference and blindsided him. Fair. I shouldn't have done that. So he took ownership of that. And then John said, got no problem with Mark. We're not going to agree on everything. And Mark came out and was complimentary of his conference, saying, I'm glad that we can disagree on stuff and then show y'all how to work it out. And so they worked it out. They finished the conference, and they're good. So that's kind of the update. So, and everybody took ownership of their part of it. Now, they still agree to disagree. And I'm actually in the Driscoll camp about what the conference put out there. Apparently, this guy they used to kick it off, if you haven't seen it, he's been on America's Got Talent. Mm-hmm. He's been on a number of things as a show. It was not a male stripper. Was it inappropriate? Yes, for a men's conference.
And unnecessary.
100%. I don't like any of that kind of stuff, and I probably go further than most people would on the circus atmosphere of men's conferences, and I don't think people are wrong. Now, I think that was wrong, but I don't think it's wrong if you decide to have motorcycles and show cars and axe throwing. If I don't think that's sinful. It's not what I would prefer at a men's conference. It's not what I would or what we do. But there's nothing wrong with that. But now what this guy did, I would have never done that. I wouldn't have brought out this guy to unbutton his shirt toward a bunch of men and do some sort of performance that looked.
The whole removing the shirt thing.
It was just really, really strange. I don't think
bizarre.
Yeah, it didn't belong there. See, that's that deal where you start saying let's be in the world but not of the world, and you kind of then before you realize you're being in the world and of the world, you didn't have to go that far with it. You don't have to be. This relatable thing I think is far overreach. Yeah. Now, do you want to earn the right to share the gospel? Of course. And, we tell, funny stories and stuff and try to earn that right even when we do men's conferences and stuff. But some of this stuff becomes kind of circusy, and it's like, I guess my biggest beef is, and I think it's been a problem in men's ministry far too long, I think too many times we confuse fellowship with discipleship. They're not the same thing. Fellowship is important. Absolutely is important. Men should get together, hang out, talk about their lives, do fishing, do hunting, do stuff together. But that's not discipleship. Discipleship is, let's hear from the Word of God. Let's hear the Word of God being taught. Let's sing and praise the one and only living God. Let's be challenged, and then let's be equipped and get into small groups and study the Bible. That's discipleship, but sometimes we call fellowship discipleship, and it's just not. Hey, we have a men's ministry. What do y'all do? Well, we go and cook wild game and hunt and fish together and play golf. Well, that's important, but it's not discipleship. That's fellowship. And so anyway, they worked it out. Wherever you are on Matthew 18, Mark said, I just shouldn't have done that just because I know John, and that wasn't the right way to treat him. Right. And so they've worked it out, and they've agreed to disagree on that being there, and Mark still got to do his message. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Start this hour with the national anthem.
Boy, you hitting some good ones there today, huh?
David Allen Coe.
You know,
the ride.
This may be strange to you because it's somewhat strange to me when I think about it, but I have a lot more connections to Hank than you think I do. Did you know that?
You got a lot of connections.
Not Junior, Hank.
Yeah, you
Dad.
have connection to Hank.
My dad was a huge Hank.
Now, I knew that.
They loved him.
That I knew.
And I have all types of original sheet music of songs from the 50s.
Yeah, you told me that
and
too.
Stuff
Yeah,
in his guitar case that I still have today.
How about that?
How about that?
Can I ask this?
And then we hunt at a place very close to where he performed several times and was rumored to go and pitch drunks and write songs.
Yeah, that I knew that too.
As a matter of fact, there was a one hunting stand that was called Hank's Place.
How about that?
How about that?
It wasn't on my property, but it was close by. And there was an old barn that it's burned down now, but they say he used to perform in regular.
Can I ask you this?
Mhm.
How about that?
Can you make people cry when you play and sing?
And then you go right down to Kalijah down at Lake Martin where he wrote that famous song.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we cover a lot of the same stomping ground.
We do.
you know?
We do. That was, it's
And I admire what he was able to do. He was very talented.
No doubt.
Had his demons, but was very talented.
Back to our conversation in your office.
Boy, I know. I know.
We were talking about those people that are like extremely almost go to the extreme, which is being a savant.
Yeah.
And kind of start working your way back, to different levels. Those that go savant, like maybe back only about 20%, and they're in that little window, it's like their genius kills them. It destroys them. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's like if you're too gifted and you got too
A lot of
many-
pressure.
It's like that also plays against you because you're an extreme in every way.
It's the things that make them creative also tend to shorten their life.
Oh, and we can give you a whole list of that.
Yeah, it's and we were talking. It's funny tying these together, but of course Hank had issues and it was physical. But Steve Jobs, who was just an incredible visionary, but also had some drug issues, and probably some of that led to his pancreatic problem. But at the same time, the creativity he credits came out of some of that. So it's just that thing where you go, is it
Van Gogh, Edgar Allan Poe? You can just start running the list.
A lot of them were just crazy because we had spun. This is the pre-show conversation Rick and I had.
Yeah,
we're
we were
sharing
saying-
with you, and I know it probably didn't make sense now, but it made a lot of sense this morning when we were talking about
Well,
it.
we flipped the switch of people who were talented, but for some reason just couldn't. They were killing themselves, and you couldn't get them to stop.
Yeah. And how there's just not. People are complicated, and we were talking about Elon Musk because he is a genius in some ways, and in other ways, I totally disagree with the way he lives his life. But then you see him and you think, well, he's a left coast liberal, and he's been one of the most outspoken critics of censorship by the big tech companies, and he is a big tech guy. And Rick, he was straightforward. He said, "Who has appointed you to be the gatekeeper of free speech?"
Yeah,
that's a mighty big appointment you've given yourself.
Well, especially when they're showing that they really are not out to protect anyone. They're out to have their point of view and the things they agree with available to you, but anything that opposes the way they see the world, this country, or whatever, they want to limit you to. I mean, we were laughing today, and people are putting it out there. I mean, they've got a tweet from 2016 where Nancy Pelosi says the election was hijacked, and Congress needs to do something right now to give the people the vote that they really had.
Yeah, and Ricky,
that's 2016. Twitter didn't do anything about
listen,
that.
It's a bigger topic. We got to cover that. I have a bit of old business we need to cover too. I wanted to clarify something because apparently I'm not communicating well here in the post-COVID world.
Well, in all fairness, you're in the COVID fog.
You know what? I think some other people are too.
No doubt about that.
Going to be a historic day today. We got another impeachment vote coming up. Yep. You want to guess how that's going to go? I don't need Kreskin to figure that one out.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You'll find it right under the sponsors button. All right, we work our way back. I do want to point you to a sponsor that's been with us for a while, and many of you, including little baby brother over there, are sleeping on Helix mattresses right now because you listened to America's favorite couple, Greg and Lisa Burgess, when they got their customized helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress. You've heard their review, and many of you have moved. But if you're out there right now and you've been hearing this, and you're like, I still haven't done it. Well, here's a lot of there's a lot of reasons. First of all, it's a customized mattress. That's to me the main reason. But unlike also a lot of mattress companies out there, did you know that Helix owns their own manufacturing facility?
See?
So each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. Now, they've got 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, and even a mattress just for kids. So if you want to find out which mattress works best for your body, you can. All you got to do is to take their sleep quiz and find out your perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. And then they'll send that directly to your door, free of charge. You sleep on it for 100 nights. They have some that have 10-year warranties, some that have 15-year warranties. You check the model. This mattress has been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine, recommended by leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine as the go-to solution for improving your sleep. And right now, this is limited time. This is big savings, 30%. Save 30% if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba today, and we'll get that new mattress right to your door. Save 30%, helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep now. Also, you'll find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, Bubba, the death of O.J. has got us all going back over the O.J. case. We spent a lot of time on that the day after he went on in. So he now, has stood before the ultimate judge who always gets it right, and whatever he judges is correct. He is just. But it has left us out here again all discussing, did O.J. actually do this? And, of course, I think if you just look at the body of evidence that was presented, and you had no agenda to get the L.A. police back or something like that, no racial element or anything like that, you probably go, the overwhelming evidence says that Mr. Simpson, unfortunately, murdered these two people. But today we have someone saying there are other options.
Yeah, it has stirred up a lot of conversation with his death, and there's still a lot of strong feelings about, this or that. We saw from the juror in his criminal trial.
We did.
That basically she said, we thought he did it, but we wanted to get one back at the police. So they acquitted him.
Right. She's also, by the way, I don't know how this happened, she's on the Trump jury now. Did you know
yeah, it's the craziest thing. But, so a story today in Daily Mail said that O.J. Simpson actually did not do the murder, but he paid gangsters to kill his ex-wife because he was jealous of her sleeping around. This witness claims mobsters kept any witnesses involved silent for 30 years, and him in particular, by sticking a gun in his mouth and threatening to murder him and his family.
That'll do it.
O.J. was now this, according to the story, was so jealous of his ex-wife, and they had moved on from their relationship, but he paid a notorious mafia gangster to kill her, a key police witness has now claimed. Last week, Mail Online revealed the same witness placed O.J. Simpson at the scene of the horrific double murder. Nicole was stabbed 7 times in the neck and scalp. It was a very violent attack. However, with the help of the dream team of lawyers, the iconic NFL star found not guilty when his grueling trial came to a dramatic end. Now, as he passed away, a lot of this has been brought back up, as we said. But this guy is saying that absolutely he was responsible, even though he didn't do the killing himself.
So they claim it was the Gambino bunch that did it. And I'm looking at this guy, and he claims, he almost does as somebody says at the end. When they asked him, where's the evidence of this? He doesn't have any, but he said he learned it from someone in his circle. So
it's far from proof, but it is an interesting take on the story that seemed to be no pun intended, a very black and white issue with a lot of folks.
I'm certainly not a mob expert.
No.
Okay, but I do have some knowledge of how the mob works on these hired killings. They're not really known for stabbing. They usually gun you down. So if they did a stabbing, then they would have been trying to frame Mr. Simpson, it seems, or something like that. Usually when the mob has been told to take you out, you know, a gory scene like this is normally not their deal because it's a mess and it's not the simple.
Maybe they didn't want to draw attention.
Most effective way to do it
with gunfire. I don't know. I'm not really up on
no.
That
well,
may be a valid
silencers
point,
and all that, and well, they're pretty good at it.
But
they've killed a lot of people.
It was an interesting take on it. I have heard people who have told me that and are pretty familiar with the story. They thought it was a drug deal gone bad.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So there was some other options there, but I have not heard this mob theory before.
And did you mention it? If so, I mean, how does OJ's blood get on scene?
Yeah, they still. I guess the mob had it. This thing with OJ's blood at the scene, we can't just overlook that. Especially multiple people said he was walking around bleeding everywhere because he'd cut his hand on something. Pretty damning. But anyway, let's say that you buy into this, which I don't. Let's say that you are.
And they say the police planted it.
Of course,
you know, some people that
how they got OJ's blood, I don't know. But anyway, that's all they needed, and they needed the racist comment from Furman. They had everything they wanted.
Right.
But because all you need if you want to believe something is somebody say, "How am I supposed to get past the blood?" The police, that racist policeman, he brought it there. And you go, that's all I needed. He's innocent. No. But let's go back to this, the best case scenario for OJ again, if you believe this. He is a wife beater. He beats his wife. There's no one has denied that.
Right. Okay. Several calls.
Right. And the police are so upset with OJ and want to frame him, they let him go every time and took pictures with him. Okay, so then we got that. Then let's say you believe this. So OJ, we shouldn't be upset with OJ. He only hires people to kill his ex-wife.
Yeah. Right. So you're still a murderer.
We're not really coming out as a wonderful human being on even your best case scenario. So I think this is somebody, as Greg would say, trying to be sharp.
Maybe.
And
I want everybody to talk to him.
Right. And so
looking for a book deal.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's still interesting to talk about.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. So. Because, let's face it, we're all trying to figure this out. I mean, it seems so straightforward. But again, I don't really, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone, I don't like to think that the guy naked gun and the guy who toted the mail wearing 32 and seemed to be a fun-loving fellow would be as evil enough to stab people to the point that their head nearly got cut off. I don't want to think that.
No.
Do you?
No.
So it's pretty easy to
I wouldn't want to think that he would hold somebody hostage in a hotel room either to get memorabilia back.
Yeah.
But apparently that happened too.
I wouldn't want to think that he would be physically violent with his wife, but he was.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not as big a reach as I thought it was. And boy, like you said, he had temper problems.
Yes.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, I'm not a forensic expert, but the way Bubba described the stabbings, and you just talked about how violent it was, that's an angry murder. In other words, I mean, murder's murder.
I'm mad.
But
it was a murder of passion.
My gracious. I mean,
and all the ingredients were there for him to be very, very mad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. By the way, he was, because she was openly bringing other people into her life.
Yeah.
And he didn't like that.
Nope.
Even though he could have still had her if he just wouldn't have beat her.
Right.
So, but the if you're a kind of person that can't control yourself physically as big and strong as he was, if you can't control yourself in anger from hitting a woman, well, then you may not be able to control yourself from killing a woman. And
Goldman was just wrong place, wrong time.
Yep. Well, yeah.
He brought sunglasses back, wasn't it? That she left at a. Now, I don't know how he knew where she lived and all that, but
the fact they were seeing each other, because I think that was obvious. Then OJ almost said, "Oh, good, I'm glad you're here too."
Yeah,
if he did it.
If he did it,
the case that he didn't do it is just such an uphill climb, and we know the only way that you got him innocent. We all know why, but that doesn't mean he was. because it doesn't look like it was very much.
Does it drive you crazy
But I wouldn't
sometimes when we have these mysteries? And like I say, the OJ thing, the circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. But, you know, we don't absolutely know for sure. We still don't know what happened to, like, John Benet Ramsey. Some of that stuff just drives me crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah, Yeah, I don't feel as.
I think the Natalie Holloway thing is pretty much, you know, with his confession this last time, we got a better picture of that.
Yeah,
tragic.
The John Benet Ramsey
understand it now.
is still the most perplexing because I honestly I don't really have a problem saying I think I know who killed Ron Goldman and Nicole Simpson.
I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, and I think I know, and we do know who killed Natalie Holloway now, but this John Benet Ramsey.
Yeah, it's still. I mean, a murder's walking around somewhere, got away with it.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That one.
Still out.
Yep. All right, we'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
And then you have to go to JFK.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, get them all. Get them all while you're out there.
Sure. Is D.B. Cooper coming up?
D.B. Cooper?
Yeah. Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the thing, we got to get to the narrative, and this is the thing, guys. Some of this narrative stuff, I think we go on too long with it. There comes a point where you go, this is so obvious we got it, and the thing that is so obvious that we have it is that the left of this country, and it goes back to social dilemma again, and the things we have. I think the thing that I think frustrates us a lot is that we're getting to the point in this country where I only go where everybody, all the information I gather agrees with what I think. So you think to yourself, like somebody says, well, just what we just talked about. Well, in 2016, we're saying the president's got to be banned from all social media, and he's dangerous, and he incites violence in the Capitol. And we go, did they not see the last 2 years? Did they not hear what the left said about the violence? Did they not hear? Did they not know that Nancy Pelosi tweeted that the election has been hijacked? Did they not know that Hillary Clinton kept saying that she was robbed? Did they not know that all the things they're claiming is evil about Trump, they themselves are doing and have done? And I'll be honest with you, if this person is only watching the CNNs and the MSNBCs and following these kind of things on social media, the answer is no, they don't. They don't know that because it's so obvious that the hypocrisy of all of this. And just like somebody said today, and I forgot who it was, they're right. Like you take Twitter, for instance. Twitter does not think that Parler is inciting violence. Twitter is using the violence at the Capitol, not the violence we've seen for the last 2 years in the streets, the violence at the Capitol to simply take out their competition. That's all this is.
Yeah,
there's no moral high ground on this.
Move.
It's a business move, and they're using it, which is why the attack on the Capitol was the wrong thing to do, because now that attack on the Capitol has played right into the hands of the left because, believe it or not, they will simply ignore all the things they've said and done, even when they're accusing you and saying you're evil for talking and sounding just like them.
Yep.
When they'll call you a fascist while they're being a fascist. They'll call you treasonous while they're being treasonous. This is their game. But if you're in the left world and you never come out of the left world, you don't hear the things we're saying right now. Now, there's some people that listen to this show that have varying political views, but in all fairness, not many. Most of the people that listen and watch this show and stay with it when we start talking about political things are mainly people that somewhat agree with us. There's with a few exceptions. And I don't mind somebody saying, look, I just have a political view that's different than you, and this is the way I think things should be. That's fine. But don't say things like this and ignore this little – we're about to play a 2-minute montage. Mm-hmm. This is the last 2 years. Remember, Donald Trump must be impeached today because he incites violence.
Insurrection.
He incites violence, man. And we can't let this kind of chaos go on with the people of America. And he incites this kind of stuff. Now, we don't incite that kind of stuff. Not us. But he's a problem. We don't tweet things like we did in 2016. That never happened. Maxine Waters never told everybody to go out in the streets and
harass everybody
and go after people that oppose them politically. Those things just didn't happen. Now, we saw them. That didn't happen. And so I want you to listen and pay attention. Here's all the different left media, left politicians all talking about sometimes violence is called for. Mm-hmm. So here it is.
I want to be clear in how I characterize this. This is a mostly a protest. It is not generally speaking unruly.
That ain't a riot, what we're seeing right now in Minneapolis.
They are strictly principled anti-fascists, and they've taken a principled stand to stand against white supremacists and white nationalists wherever they may show up.
I argue to you tonight, all punches are not equal morally.
It says it right in the name, Antifa, anti-fascism, which is what they were there fighting. Listen, there's, no organization is perfect. There was some violence.
Any reasonable person would say we shouldn't be destroying other people's property, but these are not reasonable times.
But thank goodness for the looters, man.
And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I don't care that much about statues.
Shouldn't that be done by a commission or the city council, not a mob in the middle of the night throwing it into the harbor?
People will do what they do.
You're seeing behind me is one of multiple locations that have been burning in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Do not get it twisted and think that, this is something that has never happened before, and then this is so terrible, and where are we, and these savages and all of that. This is how this country was started.
People get mad, and people get sick of it. People are risking COVID to explain to this country that we're fed up.
Most.
9 minutes to the top. Hey. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Senator Tommy Tuberville coming up next hour. Later in the program, we will be chatting with Taylor Hicks. Taylor Hicks at Sanford's Reich Center in Birmingham, Alabama, coming up Friday night, benefiting AlabamaGameChangers.org. We'll tell you more about that with Taylor Hicks coming up a little bit later on in the program today. So, Bubba, we know that the election is out there. Here it comes in November. Biggie, a big election for America. Americans concerned. They're like, can we truly say our voice is heard and we're the ones who decide who is going to represent us? Is that true anymore? After the controversy of Trump's defeat. Controversy. Well, we remember one of the things that helped in Biden's victory against Trump was the pandemic. It helped quite a bit. The economy took a hit because we made some moves that, looking back, probably weren't that wise. A lot of bad information. Science became politicized. People were allowed to do things when casting their vote that normally would not be allowed. All under the guise of safety. We must allow this, Bubba, because my goodness, you can't let casting your vote be something deadly. So we've been waiting on what will they come up with in November to try to be able to say, well, we normally do this, but we can't now because of the danger of fill in the blank. None of us want to go through a pandemic. The pandemic was I know some good things came out of it, but it was a very, very dark time. And there's still a lot of it still lingering, just the darkness of it. When I see people walking around still terrified with masks on and stuff, I'm like, wow, so they're still being impacted by that. But they've tried a couple. I've seen, we've done the show, Bubba. There was something that was supposed to be coming out of Alaska that was going to get us all. And
it was. They called it the Alaska flu, didn't they?
Yeah, right. One of the things that I was trying to remember, somebody mentioned this to me yesterday. How many Americans were killed by the swine flu? Wasn't that a big number? You remember swine flu?
I remember the old swine.
Does anybody got any? There guys trying to pull up me some swine flu numbers. I understand it was that there were a lot of people that I remember but in those days, if you got a swine flu something scare, nobody even remotely thought of you taking the healthy and telling them they can't come out of their house and quarantining them.
Right.
Everybody pretty much just went on with their life with a heads up, hey, swine flu's out there.
I've got rough numbers here. I'm going to have to dive into them a little bit more.
Yeah.
The swine flu are, let's see, is that H1N1?
Yeah, flu pandemic, yeah.
Killed 284,000 worldwide.
Yeah.
So a quarter of a million people worldwide. I don't have the U.S. numbers.
Yeah. So now, there's been a couple of attempts, with various variants of COVID. We've kind of moved on from that. Adler, you got a number too?
I see 12,000 deaths in the United States.
Okay. So, you and then, it seems that we're not as afraid. Some people still are. We have some people still obsessing over it, of the various variants of COVID. You mentioned the other day you knew some people. I know a lot of people, they'll get it, and then they come back, and it looks like, from what I've, seen with family members and friends, it's just like called being sick now if you get one of the COVID variants now. But now, Bubba, there's today, these kind of headlines you need to start looking for as we head into the summer, because, the fall will be here before we know it.
Yep.
New mutant strain of monkeypox with pandemic potential. Little quotes around that. Discovered in Congo village, as health officials call for urgent measures to contain it in the Congo.
Oh, boy.
Now, do not miss pandemic potential.
Yeah,
That's the phrase that you got to catch. Do I believe it does? I don't, because I no longer sadly trust the World Health Organization and the CDC like I once did. But that we've been on the show this year, and people have, I can't tell you the number of times there's been a headline with some kind of latest thing that's going to get us all. Remember, we were told that that we found cases in our country of the bubonic plague or something, and that kind of faded out of the headlines, didn't it? I kind of thought that was a pretty scary.
You'll also hear, like a rare form of smallpox or, something like that's been found with somebody too. You always hear that, which I thought it was eliminated.
Of course, then we still leave the border open. But
Did y'all see Elon Musk tweeted out this picture of a clown pointing to a billboard, and the billboard says, "Where did all those dangerous variants go?"
No, yeah, I did see that one. I did see that.
Where'd they go?
Right.
Where did it go?
Where'd it go? Do I think of all the things that are in front of us today, the real problems we face, that monkeypox in a Congo village should move to the top of your list today? I don't.
Well, we're desperately looking for some way to get drop boxes back. So
that's what I'm thinking.
I predict this summer and fall we're going to be just absolutely swamped with new potential pandemic diseases and probably some social unrest tied around the police.
Yeah, you mentioned that one too. I didn't think about that one in the break. You're right. Yeah.
All we need is a good shooting to really bolster the vote.
Some kind of unrest.
Look out there.
Yeah, but because I'm afraid that we may be moving into a new normal, that we may not be able to get back to the elections tomorrow. Y'all go vote. There's always going to be some kind of. I shouldn't have to identify myself. That's racist, which I've never figured out how that's racist. I'm sickly, and I got to be able to use a drop box. By the way, whoever put out that now that OJ is dead, he'll vote 27 times in the upcoming election as a Democrat. That was a good one. That was a good one. And we all know that dead people did vote in the last election. Some that people we knew personally receiving, all they had to do was fill out stuff on their dead relative, and they would have been in the vote. They didn't do it, but they were offered the opportunity.
They had the opportunity.
Yeah. If you get to that place, but here's what we keep saying, and I would stick with this. Do not let yourself get to the place that you become so disenfranchised that you don't vote at all. Because if you don't vote, then there really is no hope. And as one of our podcasts, not this past Saturday, but Saturday before, warned everyone, if you don't have an overwhelming victory and an overwhelming voter turnout, they will be able to manipulate it.
No matter how you feel or who you think may have stolen it, a massive turnout makes it harder to steal.
It does.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, the reviews are pouring in on backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Just yesterday, Just yesterday, Speedy's sitting over in his chair. He goes, "Hey, now what's the website again? Backyard Butcher." You got an email or another email that's asking about it. So let me just tell you that when you go to the grocery store, warning, just because the meat says "product of the USA," that all that means is it was packaged here. That's all that means. Doesn't mean it was raised here. Backyard Butchers is a Christian conservative Texas-based company dedicated to delivering the best deals in the market on high-quality beef. Your box will include born, raised American beef from ranches that are right here in the heartland of America. And I like that. BackyardButchers.com. We've already tried it at home. Tried the burgers, tried the fillets. They were great. They deliver American-raised and harvested meat from right here in our from our American ranches right to American backyards, right to the dinner table all across the nation. Backyard Butchers will only source beef and chicken from American farms and deliver those cuts right to your doorstep every month. Grass-fed, grass-finished, the meat tastes amazing. Are you ready? You hungry yet? Move now to backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Here's what that's going to get you. That's going to get you 20% off the entire order. Use the code Bubba. Now, if you decide that you want to go ahead and subscribe, meaning you'll start getting meat whenever you decide, monthly, weekly, whatever, then you'll get an additional 10% off and free shipping. So 20% just using the code Bubba. Free shipping and an additional 10% if you subscribe. And boy, are we getting great emails on this. Backyardbutchers.com/Bubba. Get 20% off the entire order right now. Also, you can go and subscribe and get an additional 10% and free shipping.
Of the major movements in American history have started at the grassroots level and at some point have turned into direct conflict with American government. So remember your history before you judge your present.
Thuggishness is thuggishness wherever it comes from politically, and we should be the first to call it out.
I disagree.
So there it is. Guys,
all we're asking for is that we all be judged by the same ruler all the time.
Did you hear? Chris Cuomo may have been the biggest offender in the whole thing about comparing what just happened at the Capitol. He says, "Hey, this is part of our history, and you know your history. Sometimes you just had enough, and sometimes it ends up being against the government." Mm-hmm. Did he not just say that?
Yeah, because he was talking about the other rights.
I know. Yeah, but what I'm talking about is what you could take.
You could take what he said though
and lay it across the Capitol thing, and he would be consistent if he said, "Well, look, now you remember, you can go back and pull the clip up. I talked about this. This is part of America."
Mm-hmm. Or you could be consistent and say that we are a country of laws and we don't need to be breaking the law. We can protest, but when a protest breaks laws, it becomes a riot. Then it's illegal.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. The left, you just heard
they
that.
Loved it.
Guys, did y'all hear that?
They were giving it a kiss of it's okay.
Mm-hmm. And you heard the guy say, "Look, I think that this behavior is not appropriate in any situation." And the guy sitting on the panel, who's a Democrat, said, "Well, I just disagree with you.
Yeah,
sometimes this is called for."
And a lot of the stand-up reporter, for those of you that couldn't see it, they were standing in front of burning buildings and people stepping out of businesses that they were robbing.
It was mainly peaceful. Well, that's Babylon Bee had a ball with that when they showed the Capitol thing and says, here's a picture from a mostly peaceful protest.
And we can, look, everybody has their own ears. They can make their own decision about what Trump said in his speech. I personally think it may have been reckless, but it wasn't an insurrection. He went out of his way to say to be peaceful. But have you noticed you can't find that clip anywhere? You don't hear it on the news. People will tell you he incited a riot, but you never get to actually hear the words he said. So I would challenge everyone to go out today, if you can find it, listen to what he said and make your own opinion on it.
Yeah, I think after we said this before, he never told anyone to do anything violent and actually said the opposite. However, I do understand, and I think the truth is, and I think you can tell that by his countenance after he finally did come out after it and speak, I think it just got out of hand. I think you had people that he worked into a passionate frenzy that could not believe this thing was going to be stolen from them, and he did tell them it was stolen from them and that he legitimately won. Now, he never said go do anything violent. I just think he miscalculated how
it could be considered reckless.
Yes. And I think he's used to these rallies, and he's used to these rallies just leading to votes and celebrations and peace, but everybody angry. And he wanted to go and put something in front of the Capitol they thought might get the attention of the senators that he needed to get in there and stand up. and some of the people in the crowd took it as we have no other recourse. And I'm getting the email right now. They're not alone. Because, and let me be clear, I understand, but we do keep offering a solution. I don't know if some of you don't hear it. I understand that you're saying, but Rick, if the thing is to politically do a better job and get our people out and get the votes, but if our votes are manipulated, then what do we do then? And I hear you, and I think we've offered some solutions. Things were allowed to happen during the pandemic that we must demand as the American people can't be allowed to happen again. The mail-in voting was easily manipulated. I don't know about the voting machine. Some people said that they could, they couldn't. And it seems like to me it'd be pretty simple to prove that. No court thought there was enough evidence for that. But we do know
keep looking into it.
But we do know that our election was not as secure as it normally is, and the pandemic was used to allow that.
We can say this for sure. There's a lot of people that think the election was not fair.
Of course.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, of course. So we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. But the hypocrisy is out there. But if somebody won't hear it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 7 minutes past. We'll start the hour with phone calls. The real Greg Burgess is locked and loaded and ready to talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll get your phone call started. Senator Tommy Tuberville coming up segment 2 this hour. So that's coming up. Speedy is here, the real Greg Burgess, who's on the phones right now, and you can call at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience for you, live and archived today. Wednesday Bible study back on the YouTube channel today at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Catch it live. We are getting close to finishing 2 Corinthians, and then the archive will be out a little bit later. Speedy on the road this week. We talked to Taylor Hicks a little bit later on in the program, and he will actually be doing the national anthem at Protective Life coming up this weekend. Speedy will be there if you're going to see the Birmingham Stallions game in Birmingham. Sherry and I will be in Opp, Alabama Saturday night. They've closed registration for that. It is a free event, but if you want to be on standby, you can still call the church. It's sponsored by Westview Baptist Church. The event actually will be held at Opp High School, so looking forward to seeing all of you coming up Saturday night. And also go to rickandbubba.com today. Click that contest button. There's a couple of great opportunities for you. Join me in welcoming back Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, to the phones we go to start the hour. Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh, we lost him. All right, let's go to Clayton.
Quite a build-up.
Quite a build-up. Clayton, welcome to Rick and Bubba. If you want to join us, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Clayton, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all?
We're great. We're good, man.
Good. Last week I was in Oklahoma for a training class, and there's 3 of us in there, one from Missouri, one from California.
All right.
And I've been wanting to tell y'all about this. On Monday, I called my wife and said, I'm just going to kill this guy from California. So, anyway. Yeah, well, he wound up, make a long story short, he just absolutely thought California was the best. But we got to talking about contractors and stuff like that. And there's another guy from Missouri, and he turned to me and said, what do you have to work out in Oklahoma? I said, I don't know. I live in Alabama. Yeah. He said, well, what about you? I said, well, he lives in Missouri. He goes, well, isn't Missouri in Oklahoma?
Oh.
So I pulled a map out. I pulled a map out of the blank map of the United States. I said, find Alabama on this. And he couldn't find Alabama. He couldn't find Oklahoma. And I asked him, I said, what states do you know off this map? And he said, California, Oregon, Texas, and Florida, the only ones he could identify. And he thought, you know how on a map it has Alaska on the, in the side over there.
Yeah, sure.
He called at Mexico. I said, buddy, you got no chance in life. Absolutely no chance.
I hope you guys don't do brain surgery.
Yeah, well, I know kind of your point, Clayton, is to have the audacity that because he's from California, he's going to talk down to y'all, and the son of a gun doesn't even know where Missouri's located. But go ahead.
I hope he likes it and stays there.
Yeah.
He said he was talking about how broke he was and this, that, and the other. Well, we got to talking, and come to find out, he drives a 2021 or 22 diesel truck at $7 a gallon. I asked him, I said, how much is your truck payment? He said $1,500 a month, like it's normal.
Wow. And he loves California.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, buddy, you just stay there. And the instructor called me this weekend after he left. He said, I'm sorry. He said, I've never met anybody like that before. I kept calling him Marky Mark.
That's funny. Well, Clayton, that's it. We got stories today in L.A. The mayor's now pleading with wealthy people to help buy housing for the homeless, and what he's calling an unprecedented partnership. Yeah, I guess it would be. Look, California's got good weather. They still have that, but that's about all they got going for them right now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
The cost of living, and like as you pointed out, is unbelievable. We continue. Let's go to Texas. Anonymous standing by. Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I went anonymous because my question may be a little on the stupid side. And so this is for Bubba. Bubba, they tell us that if we see stars at night, we're actually seeing the star light from years ago.
Yes.
Because it's so
took so long to get there.
So the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about the eclipse. If they time the eclipse to the minute or two, are we seeing the eclipse in real time, or are we seeing it when it happened years ago?
No, you're seeing the eclipse as it happened, but the light that you're seeing came from the sun about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, my head's blown, but I'll go with it.
Yeah, I don't. Is it 8 minutes, 15 minutes? It's 8. It's 8 minutes from the sun to here, but you're seeing the eclipse. You're seeing the shadow real time.
Yeah, but stars.
But the photons that are coming, but the stars are so much further away. You're talking about 93 million miles versus light years. I mean, it's no comparison.
So if we saw it at 142 in Texas, it really happened at 120 somewhere in there, or 130.
No, it really happened when you saw it because the shadow is only 240,000 miles out. And that's real time, okay? So, but the sun, the actual photons from the sun that were being blocked left the sun 8 minutes ago. That makes sense?
Now, who are we going to call when y'all retire? Who are we going to call with these questions?
You are intelligent.
Look,
I'm afraid that's seventh grade science.
Yeah. See, that's why you had to be anonymous. But why'd you do that to me?
Well, but everything was going well.
I didn't give my name.
No, but look, I think what you're asking is a intriguing question. It's not a dumb question.
No, it's not.
But you have to think about the scale, how close the moon is, 240,000. The sun, 93 million, versus Alpha Centauri, 2 or 3 light years away. So that's like,
let me tell you something.
That's like us playing checkers right here, and the other checkers are in Piedmont. I mean, it's just it's totally different scale, and I don't know why I use Piedmont.
I don't either. But I got it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, let me tell you, the podcast coming in 2025. This is what y'all need to entitle it. This question's for Bubba, and it's nothing but you answering questions that people email to you, and I think it would be phenomenal. This question's for Bubba. That should be the name of it.
I may do that, Rick.
Yeah, that's a
this
good idea.
question's for Bubba.
I'm here, by the way. Anything you need.
Light from the moon takes, and to Bubba's point, it's pretty much real time. It's 1.
Buddy, we didn't need you to chime.
1.3 seconds.
We didn't need you to chime.
That was very interesting.
As a matter of
we
fact,
didn't need this to chime.
Several
Bubba had this
guys,
covered.
They like to bounce
Just saying
signals
1.3 seconds.
off the moon, and
saying.
they hear themselves like a second later.
There you go.
And they can do that because the moon will reflect, and we've left a little equipment up there.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Mike,
there it is again.
That still owns me, by the way.
This question's for Bubba. That's a good one. Mike in New Jersey, go ahead.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey.
Rick, you're spot on with this, man. There's no way the mob did that hit. They don't stab people. It's too close
too
contact.
messy, too close
Too
contact.
much evidence.
Yeah.
Too messy. Believe me, if they did it, they would have got shot in the back of the head, and that would have been it.
That would have been
There's
it.
no way that they did
Yeah,
this.
it would have been right in the back of the head. And the mobs like predators. They're not going to do anything where they might get hurt or they might get. They don't do it that way.
Yeah, it's look. The guy has no evidence to back.
No, somebody said. He's doing a somebody said. We'll be back. Senator Tommy Tuberville's with us. We'll get more phone calls before the day is done. There's a couple of topics involving the senator. We'll hit those and just a general conversation. So Senator Tommy Tuberville out of Alabama next when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba show, we're back, 866 We Be Big. So the impeachment vote is today, and there are people on both sides of the fence that are thinking this is not, there's no need for this, it's not the thing to do, but we'll see. And Bubba, as you said, I don't think we need the amazing Kreskin. What will probably happen is the House will vote to impeach him, and the Senate will not.
And they're trying to create this air of in the Senate, we don't know what's going to happen. What's Mitch going to do? The rumor is that Mitch, look, when Mitch McConnell first said, by the rules of the Congress, if there is an impeachment, which, by the way, there's going to be no debate on this, first time ever.
How about that?
Impeachment is not a political tool. And that's what it's been used as.
You're right. That's
twice.
That's not how it's supposed to be.
It is to protect the country, not from people who you disagree with, but people who may be criminal and out of control. Somebody, well, that's wrong. Well, no, this is more political.
It's also supposed to be discussed, debated. It's not supposed to be.
It's supposed to be a slow, deliberate process, not an overnight steamroller.
We don't have an impeachment troll, meaning trolling. Yeah. 30 seconds. All right, impeach or not. I mean, it's supposed to be a long, drawn-out, discussed. I mean, really considered, and this is not what it was designed for.
And see, this is what we try to warn against, even with executive orders and all this. Yeah. Once you start writing those, the other side comes in and writes more. Mm-hmm. Then when the other side comes back, they write more. And it just turns into this great big teeter-totter thing. And you're going to have this here, too. I mean, the House has been impeachment crazy. It has been proven the first time now was absolutely meritless, okay? And you're only going to see when this goes back Republican, and it will, you're going to have impeachment of Democrat presidents because of this. They will be we got to get you back, and it's coming, and it may not be right, but it's going to happen. And see, I don't understand these people who are in the Congress. Somehow I thought I want to think they're smarter than I am, but because that wouldn't take much. But they don't understand basic psychology. And even if you have an opponent, okay, in anything, and you want to defeat your opponent, you have to give your opponent a way out, okay? Do people not understand this concept? You got to give, and it can be the way you want them to go. And that's what you're trying to do, get them to walk off in a certain direction. But if you corner them, all they can do is fight back. You have to give them an escape route. If you corner them, they're going to fight to the very end, and they're going to feel hopeless, and that's when they get crazy. Mm-hmm. That makes sense to anybody, what we're seeing?
Mm-hmm. You feel like you have no other recourse.
There's a time to shake hands and go, I'll get you next time. And let them have a way out. And they're not giving the Trump supporters, they're not giving Trump, they're not giving 75 million people who voted for him a way out. And they're only stirring the pot. They're only galvanizing the crazies. And they're only turning the temperature up on this thing where right now is the time, if Joe Biden is who he said he wanted to be, he needs to lead his party and say, guys, turn the temperature down. Trump will be gone in, 6 days now, 6 days. He said he's leaving a day early anyway because he wants to fly out on Air Force One. That's fine. Let him have the flight. Start your process, start your plan, let him fade away. That's how you lower the temperature down. You don't run him out of town poking sticks at him, because that's only going to bring a fight back. Why don't they understand that?
Well, you said it perfectly, and I was, I got one of my most favorite things I've gotten to do in my life, and it was to go on an African safari. It has been one of my favorite things. It was incredible. And one of the things happened to Bubba's, here's an analogy of what Bubba just said, and he's 100% right. We were trying to see the Big Five, and the hardest one to see in the Big Five is the actual leopard. Leopard's hard to find. That's the one you usually don't get. We saw a leopard right out of the gate.
You mean the elusive leopard?
Yeah, and so the guy was like, y'all don't understand. The fact y'all are seeing the leopard's incredible. That's the one we normally can't get for the people here is in the Big Five. And to Bubba's analogy, so it was a female, he said.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
20 minutes now past the hour. Senator Tommy Tuberville with us, as we told you, and there's a lot to discuss in a short period of time. Senator, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
Good morning. Do y'all like my Mayorkas impeachment trial garb I'm wearing today for about 10 hours on the Senate floor? Am I looking good?
You look good. You look good.
You look fantastic.
What hat you got on there? What is that?
Yeah. Las Vegas Raiders, Daniel Carlson, the kicker who was at Auburn, was my son's roommate for 4 years. So he sends me all this stuff. But I'm a Raiders fan. Always been a Raiders fan.
How about that? Did not know that. Little Tuberville, little tidbit there.
So tell us a little bit about the trial today.
Yeah,
What should we expect, and how's it going to come out?
How long you got? It is a complete disaster. I mean, the Democrats don't want a trial, and they're going to end up stopping it short. They're going to vote it out because they have control of the Senate. But they say, well, you know what it is. They don't want their people that's up for re-election this year to have to vote on this. So at the end of the day, can you imagine anybody vote for somebody that's for open borders? I mean, it's just absolutely insane what's going on. But we'll go down on the floor. We'll sit there. You can't even get up and go to the restroom. I mean, you got to sit there and listen to these people. I went to the second Trump trial when I first got there, and it was a joke. It was for 6 days, I think. My God, it wasted a week of all of our lives. But it doesn't mean anything. It's all for show. These people up here, they look for things to screw up, and on both sides of the aisle, we're mentally and morally and financially bankrupt, and we should be working to help the American people. And we're worried about some guy that doesn't know the difference between an open border and a closed border.
All right, so let's talk about you trying to expose this horrible topic of abortion. On one hand, you have the left, which we keep saying that we do believe it is a state's issue. They don't like that. Of course, if the federal government tries to ban abortion, then the federal government shouldn't do that. But if the federal government wants to force people to finance abortion, well, then they're all for that. Let's talk a little bit about some of the things you're trying to expose in the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Well, first of all, if you remember, I tried to hold up the military. They changed the military policy to make taxpayers pay for things to do with abortion. I lost that because even some of these rhino Republicans started fighting against me up here. I'm on the VA committee. In 1992, the Health Care Act for the VA, all the Democrats voted for it. Joe Biden voted for it. Never will we have abortion in the VA. Well, times change. And so they want votes. And so now they're for abortion in the VA. So Joe Biden hey, we're going to do it. We don't care what y'all want. And so they're doing it. I took it to the floor. I lost the fight because of some of these rhinos Republicans. So we have VA abortions now. All I want to do is I keep asking, but you can't get any information from the FBI, CIA, DOJ, and the VA on anything to do with a law that shouldn't be there. So this is what we call the Abortion Transparency Act in the VA. All I want is data. How many are you doing? When are you doing them, and what's it costing the American taxpayer? All it is transparency. That word up here, it doesn't go very far. People don't hold their word. They don't want to tell the truth. This place is built on a big lie, And again, that's all we're trying to do is trying to find out just how much the American taxpayers are having to pay for all these abortions, which shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, just a little accountability by the people who have to vote to give them money. I don't think that's asking too much.
No.
Senator, tell us a little bit about the appeals court ruling that overturned the West Virginia transgender sports ban. I know you're taking that up on the federal level. Yeah, it's almost a joke. I can't even believe we're talking about this.
Absurd.
It is so ridiculous.
Absurd.
But what is going to happen? Are we going to see some kind of ruling on this? I know you've introduced legislation too on that.
Yeah, we'll fight back on this, but again, we don't have control of the Senate. We could never get anything done in the Senate. I've had 2 bills on the floor that were voted on about transgenders and about transgender men playing in women's sports, dressing back to restrooms and locker rooms and all those things, shower. The left is all for that. They're for 4, 5, 6-year-olds being transitioned into something that they're not when they have no clue of what their parents are doing to them. And the American taxpayer, by the way, is having to pay for that. And also, one of the first things Biden did, people don't remember this, one of his first executive orders when he took office in 2020 was reverse Donald Trump's ban on transgenders in the military. We have transgender officers now that I'm talking to people in the military all the time. They say, we've lost our mind, we're out. They're retiring early. We can't fill the military, but we're trying to create 4 or 5 wars across the country. So all these things are happening because the left and the progressives, they want an America. And I'm not saying they don't like our country. They like our country. They just don't like the way it is. They want to change it to something totally different, unmoral, just turn over our country as a globalist country. So I think that some court will step up and move in on this. But again, it's going to take us getting the Senate, the House, and the presidency to change this madness that's happening.
Well, the Democrats have had PR trouble with their claim that they are the party for women. They already had some trouble trying to convince us that Hillary and Bill Clinton were champions for women. But anyway, so they've always had kind of a PR problem on this. But you guys, I know you're doing it. Can you get others? We need to press them on this. I thought y'all were the party that stood up for women. Do you not realize that allowing this and promoting this is at the detriment of women in sports?
Yeah, 52nd year, Rick, of the anniversary of Title IX, which is the best thing they've ever done up here on Capitol Hill, that actually gave women a chance for leadership and working together and be financed the same as men and boys in sports. But now the same group, a lot of these activist women groups that are now just totally far left, they don't want that anymore. Hey, they don't want any genders. They want one gender, which is, I don't know what it is, whether it's a man or a woman, but they do not want any. And it's just sad. You hear some of these people that's been up here in the Senate forever talk like they're talking. You'd think they came from the moon. I mean, it is absolutely insane of how they talk about transitioning these 4, 5, 6-year-olds in these hospitals, and that it is just working. It's the best thing that's ever happened. They've lost their mind. They really have now. If they want to transition after they're 18, hey, that's what you need to do, that you want to do. This is a free country. But for little kids that have no clue, it just makes zero sense.
Well, they never tell both sides of the story either. If this is supposed to be this wonderful thing for this child, can we also let these parents and people hear from those that did this when they were young and now they're struggling with their mental health because it turned out to be a disaster in their life, and it's a very big decision, and maybe they need to hear both sides of the story so they can make an educated decision?
Oh my goodness, that's like a no-no to the Democrats. So nobody wants to hear any kind of backlash on anything that happens with them, but most of it does. Most of it just turns around on the Democrats. It's all, the chickens are coming home to roost, I think, in November. This is our last chance to save our country the way we all know it. And if they maintain the White House, I don't know what's going to happen. Well, I do know what's going to happen. The destruction is going to continue, and they're just going to feed us every day something that the American people really don't want to be fed. So we got to remember that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Enjoy the hearing today.
Yes.
Yeah, really.
And take a water bottle with you. Yeah. You're going to need it. Bottom of the hour.
Maybe a bottle to catch it.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
round. 75 million people are not going to disappear off the face of the United States or their ideas or their political leanings. So if I'm Joe Biden, this is what I would do. I would tell Nancy and the Good Time Gang, turn it down, let it fade away. Let's get ready for an inauguration and a transfer of power. We got a lot of things we need to get done.
We got it all.
We got it all. Don't blow it. Don't overplay your hand, okay? And then this is what I would do if I was Joe Biden on inauguration. I would say, our country is divided, and I want to hear from my opposition. I want to hear what your issues are, and I want to sit down at a table with you and talk about it. I want to, if you think this election was shady, I want to put a commission together to ensure that our elections are secure, no matter who you vote for. That is the kind of thing where you build bridges. And I'm looking for him to do that. Will he? No, probably not.
Well, he needs to
if you continue to hunt down and try to destroy the people. Look, I'm not talking about people who broke the law, okay? You find them, you punish them, that's fine. But you can't try to extinguish the ideas of your political opponents. You're going to have to try to meet them and work with them to quail their concerns. That's the only way you come out of this.
Because we're talking to America, and you don't want people that think they have no recourse anymore. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, everybody in the mix today and ready to go. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank you all for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
All right, so tell us about this commercial that we're trying to figure out.
This is where we have to go to the audience because we're all drawing a blank here.
Yeah.
There's a commercial. I've seen it over the holidays quite a bit. You know, I had to watch TV 10 days in a row.
Yeah.
Bubba, there's nothing on Netflix or Amazon Prime that I have not watched. I was in your same area.
It was a car commercial, I think. And they're saying all kind of people drive our cars, basically was the... Mm-hmm. But I can't remember which one it was, which may mean it's a bad commercial.
I was going to say, it didn't do his job, did it?
But they're running down a list of types of people that we call people in modern culture that apparently is still okay by the thought police.
Well, so far, we'll see.
And they say, gamers. And they got a guy sitting there in front of
he's a gamer.
a thing. They've got a guy who's a nerd, there. Yeah. And they've got a girl walking down the street eating a sandwich, and she says foodies, which I never heard of that.
I'm absolutely a foodie.
But what's funny, the whole list of things, and there's probably some in there we're not really excited about, but as they list these things, Hunter and I were watching it, we started going, yes, no, like I am one of those people, no, I'm not.
Right, I got you.
And, when it comes to gamer, he says yes, I say no.
Right.
When it comes to foodie, but we go, oh yeah, definitely.
Yes,
I've
absolutely.
never really thought about it though. What a foodie is.
I don't either.
But there's a whole list
I know
of things that they've got classified. But I cannot remember the commercial because I wanted to tell Rick the whole list of them. But I can't remember what the commercial is.
Right,
somebody help me.
So far, you got foodie and gamer.
Well,
and nerd.
And nerd.
Well, yeah, and you're right, because gamer now, it means something different.
I remember people that play games.
Yeah, when I remember it was a positive because you said, no.
I'm a gamer.
You need him, but he's a gamer.
Well, it's
he shows up when it counts.
Use of it.
Yeah, it's a different use of it.
Now it's a guy that never leaves his house.
That's almost a description of what somebody is. This is more of a noun, or this is my job.
Right. Yeah. I'm in this category of people, and somebody says it's a Lexus commercial.
Okay, maybe that's what it was.
All right, so Robbie, is it Lexus?
Yeah, it's a Lexus commercial.
All right. So
what all are some of the groups they list on that?
Well, the gamer, nerd, foodie.
I gave you
that. That's about all it says.
That seems to be the only one.
Bubba gave you that.
Why don't we watch it?
Well, now that we know what it is,
I think it goes over several of them several times. There's a
Dumb
audio file. I think one of them.
A what?
Audio file.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Got some mixing the board, audio file.
That's what you call a guy that mixes the board?
A guy who is very particular about their audio.
I get it.
The sound, the quality. They're called an audio.
Here it is. Here's the commercial.
Okay.
All right.
Aficionado.
I'm a fashionista. Sneaker.
$35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Thanks, Senator Tuberville, for taking time to be with us today. As the Rick and Bubba Show rolls on, Taylor Hicks still to come later in the program today. Now, if you're paying attention to the headlines, Maoz Israel is teamed up with the Rick and Bubba Show and the website, and a lot of you are asking, how can I stand with Israel? Well, one way you can help the people of Israel that seem to be always under attack by somebody is to go to israelneedsme.com. Of course, that's all throughout Scripture. But anyway, the horrors that are going on there, and now the world's pressuring, and we're even telling them not to defend themselves, don't make trouble. As they continue to deal with not only the West Bank, but with attacks from the north and the south, and they really are surrounded. Now, Maoz Israel, this is a Jewish organization that believes in Christ. They have acknowledged him as Messiah, but they want the church to join with Israel and to help them. And there's so many needs, sadly, there. The atrocities of the war and all that it's created, not just now, but for years. It's a way we can help them regain hope, rebuild lives, have necessary food, medical supplies, the needs for the children in school, and the list just goes on and on. So bottom line, if you want to help, go to israelneedsme.com, israelneedsme.com. There's also a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we are trying to talk about, and we've talked about it for years, this is your location for animal attacks. I don't think anybody covers animal attacks better than we do, or keeps people more informed about it than we do. There's
just a gift we have.
It's a gift. If there's an animal attack, we are always there to report it. Now, it appears right now we are getting unprecedented numbers of elephants gone wild. Now, this is not good, because if there's a small animal that's gone wild, you don't
say donkeys gone wild.
Yeah, even I don't want a wildcat to go wild, but it's still kind of small. Guys, we don't need to live in a world where the elephants are going wild. Elephants can do a lot of damage. They're very, very large. We keep giving you these reports. We had one last week, unfortunately, where a woman died because a male elephant turned over the tourist bus, crushing her. So now, and I didn't even know that these existed, because the PETA people ruined Barnum and Bailey. They ruined that, so the Barnum and Bailey circus is over now. Because they went after the elephants, and people said maybe people still like the circus without animals. They didn't, but there's still some circuses out there apparently that are operating with animals, and this is in Butte, Montana. We have an elephant. We have an elephant running loose on Harrison Avenue because it has escaped from a traveling circus that's in town. So take a look coming down Harrison Avenue.
Oh my gosh.
We got now this is
run, boy.
Look at that guy. He's like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, he's trying to keep up with it.
Yeah. What his plan? What like y'all just said? What is he gonna do?
What do you feed an elephant like that?
Yeah,
to try to hold it up.
That is a good idea, Bubba. Maybe they could, hold something up and
what would
carrot? They love carrots.
They like carrots.
Big old head of lettuce,
banana, or
something like that. Maybe
monkeys.
Peanuts.
Yeah, I don't know. The peanut thing. Remember that was always
guess
kind
big
of
as he is, he can eat anything he wants.
Yeah, well, that is true. Bubba, we also have today, and I'm so very, very sorry.
Did they get the elephant back?
I don't know.
Yeah, they did. They said a short time away from the circus. So I guess the handler that was jogging down the street with him, her I should say, got it back.
Yeah, Brittany McGinnis gave us the cell phone video. She's been recognized in the story, and as Speedy just said, the animal was soon. This definition of soon, it looks like it's rolling down Harrison Avenue for a good little run, safely corralled back to the Civic Center without injury to the elephant or whatever. But now, realizing, I didn't realize this actually, we have found out, is a promotion the Republican Party should do.
Right.
So there we go. Vote Republican.
Follow the GOP.
All right, Bubba, I wish this story wasn't here today. And I know you're going to want this person to be, you'll be given the death penalty.
I want them to be executed.
Yeah. A man tried to rob a store with a snake.
Yes.
Now that...
Well, the story is a little bizarre. The way I read it, he came in and demanded money once, and they wouldn't give it to him. He left. He came back, and like the third time, he brought a snake back.
Right.
Wait a minute. So I'm demanding money. I'm supposedly robbing a place, and they just look at me and go, "We ain't giving you nothing."
Right.
So I leave. So that's who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
What a criminal.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't look like he had a great plan, but as y'all just said, he 35 minutes later, he came back in, and this time has the snake wrapped around his neck, saying, "I tell you what." He had a green backpack on. Give me, the blank and money, and while he's reaching inside the backpack, so they called 911. No money was taken. No one was injured, and they took him into custody and found a railroad spike and a rock inside the backpack.
Oh my!
So snake around the neck, railroad spike and rock inside the backpack.
Yeah, now one reason the cashier did not give him any money is he called 911 and took out his own firearm.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Now,
I'll see your snake, and I'll see your railroad spike, and I'll see your rock with a handgun in the hands of someone who knows how to use it.
Now, you don't hear this a lot. At least you don't read it in the stories. It said the store owner said that Cook's family, that was the guy who tried to rob it, came by the store Tuesday to apologize. He said they also offered to pay for any damage.
Okay, so they got a troubled son.
What in the world?
And they've come by to say, hey, our bad. We've got a son that's, obviously in a bad place, and we're here to try to make good.
That's nice of them to do that.
Snake is a weapon.
Well, that's where Bubba, he's crossed the line with you, hasn't he?
Oh yeah. I would have to have him banished from the country, or maybe the death penalty. One or the other.
I will tell you this: if this person would have done this to one Bill Bubba Bussey, wanted Bubba's wallet, that snake would have gone from Bubba maybe trying to talk you down with a gun to just opening fire.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can't. I couldn't be held responsible for what I might do.
Well, we know the guy would have been
ask a woman in center.
Yeah, we know the guy would have been kicked in the chest for sure.
Oh, there's no question. I don't know if you had a handgun. I think it would have been had a bad ending.
I'm not as athletic as I used to be.
Right.
So,
Okay, well maybe kick
makes you more dangerous, in my opinion.
I may not. Yeah, I'd go for the more weapon.
Yeah.
Less physical.
Yeah.
But I told you guys. I said it's bad when anytime you try to play any sports, you're always getting hurt. But like I had a cramp last night while I was sleeping.
I hate that.
And my calf is hurting today so bad. And I thought I had been shot.
Oh,
I
horrible.
can't even lay in the bed at night asleep and not get hurt. You know what I mean? That is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's bad.
This is so ridiculous.
I know. I mean, and let me tell you,
And man, when it gets you can't get out. You're tangled up in the cover. And you think if I just get on the floor and straighten it out. I think I was so sleepy I fell asleep trying to get out of the bed.
Have you ever had one of those cramps hit you?
Woke up and my foot's doubled up.
Yeah. Well, it's like that is such an out of control feeling.
Oh.
You try to end it so fast.
Oh, yeah.
You want it to be over so fast, and
it is painful.
And you shoot out that
Everybody's had
bed.
'em.
Yeah, I'll get them. I still get them a good bit. I really did.
Yeah, my calf is sore today. When
Sure
I
it
walk,
is.
I feel like I've walked like
Speaking of a
100
railroad
miles
spike,
yesterday.
it's like you've had one driven in the back of your
How
calf.
long did it last?
Well, a lot longer than I wanted it to, Speedy. Like I said, I think I fell asleep trying to get out of the bed.
Did you go mustard?
No,
Adler.
I just tried to wrestle it.
What are you doing?
That's Bubba's feet. I have a picture of Bubba's feet.
Oh,
What in the world? He doesn't have pointed toe
It was
syndrome.
in my calf.
Yeah. Were the sheets too tight, buddy?
I don't know.
Down at the bottom?
I know. Look, cramps come out of nowhere.
I think I overstretched or something. Boy, it's like you've been shot with a gun.
Yeah. We'll be back.
I hate a cramp.
We've got your Biden-Trump clips today.
No, some dandies.
We'll run through those when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Metalhead.
Gearhead. Gearhead. Audiophile.
Gamer.
I'm a foodie.
Woo! I'm whatever this is.
Obsession has many names. This is ours. The new Lexus IS.
Okay. It was funny, the categories. And some of them, I didn't understand what the guy said right before the car came up.
Was that a guy?
Gearhead.
What is a gearhead? What is that?
Big into
somebody that's
vehicles,
obsessing about cars,
hot rods,
every
and
kind of
all
car.
that.
Gear, as in I'm putting it in gear.
Okay, it was
not hot rods.
Okay,
not wearing like gear.
Yeah, well, that's what I was.
That was a fashionista.
Fashionista, right? I got that.
Yeah.
I've heard that term before. What was some of the other ones?
Dip. No.
Aficionado.
Yeah, what is that, by the way? I don't know what that is.
I guess you love arts?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Is that it?
Are you an artist?
I think you're right.
Here comes Adler to help
Here
us.
he comes.
Adler, help us out.
He helps us with this.
Hey, little fella.
What's an aficionado?
Aficionado, isn't that just an expert in something?
Okay.
He's an aficionado.
That's what
I'd look it up, but I don't know how to spell it.
No.
And then a foodie is somebody that likes fancy food.
Yeah. You're not a foodie, Bubba.
You like food, but
I like volume.
Yeah,
you
chicken
like
fingers
volume,
and ketchup.
right?
But isn't that a subcategory of foodie?
I
Foodie wants to
think
try
so.
new things, all these fancy.
Fancy.
I disagree with that. I've actually heard it described to me completely different.
Okay.
A foodie is a person. It's not about fancy food. A foodie is a person is if you let that person know there's a restaurant in town that has a really good this, they go have it.
Yeah,
They go try it
too.
out.
They go around and say, hey, we're foodies, meaning, and Sherry and I are this way.
Yeah.
We love to go try restaurants and see if we can find the next thing that
I would consider you a foodie.
Oh yeah, hey, you ain't,
This says-
you ain't gonna believe this restaurant. They got this thing you got to try.
But he doesn't do
No, Bubba still
I would
eat-
like to be a foodie, but I just go the same old places.
Well,
Yeah,
now this falls.
A
According to
foodie
the
goes around
definition,
trying to try new things.
Research.
A person with a particular interest in food, a gourmet. That's what it says.
Yeah, see,
Was I a foodie though when I made my move to sushi?
No, you're not a foodie, Bubba. Other than the sushi,
I was trying
move,
all kind of sushi places.
Other than you got close, but then you stayed in one category too long and ruined it because you have an obsessive personality about once you like something, you're all in on it. And this is the thing: until you introduce sushi to your life, you were still eating like you ate when you were 8 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, you were the guy that wanted to know if they had chicken.
I want to
fingers.
be a foodie.
And
though.
ketchup.
I want to try some new things. I really do.
Okay.
I want to be a foodie.
Well, you know what? You
It
can.
looked like
Rick,
that
do you
girl
have
that
fries?
said I'm a foodie was eating a taco, though. How would that be?
That's why it's not gourmet.
There's some fancy tacos out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. A foodie would mean I went to a taco place that's not your typical taco place, and I tried the taco that this one standalone southwestern or Mexican restaurant has.
Yes.
It's not like your typical stuff.
Because there's this whole trend now of places going viral because, hey, we've got a hamburger that's got macaroni and cheese on it, and then they put a post
Which
on
I
the
hate.
internet, and then it goes crazy, and then all the quote-unquote foodies, which I think this is a kind of a new brand of foodie where they're trying to chase the clout of a new food item that has a whole lot of buzz.
Yeah, Sherry and I are constantly asking people, you ate at a restaurant lately you liked that we hadn't tried? We love to hear, hey, you got to go try this restaurant. And then we got our standards we know always
couple
deliver.
foodies.
Yeah, I love doing that. I do. I love the taste of food. I like trying food.
Yes.
I love the food that's been prepared. I'm all into good food.
I am too.
Yeah, too much.
Yes.
I cook every night, and it's more of a highlight of my day than I would
You're a
like to
cooking
admit.
foodie.
I would like to admit it's more of a highlight of my day than I would like to admit.
I like to experiment with food. Now, a lot of times I have to do that at camp.
Okay, are you sure about aficionado? Is that?
I don't know.
I don't know what it
I
is.
thought it was an
I'm
art
with you,
person.
Bubba.
Somebody knowledgeable about something is my guess.
A gearhead is into cars, transmissions, all that stuff.
Yeah, but I think it can also be like, maybe you're super into guns and the accessories that you can put
Gearhead?
all the gear that you can put on there.
Really?
Yeah, I think it more tech wise.
I think Adler's adding things.
Tech thing. He's a gearhead. He loves getting into gear.
A person who pursues mechanical or technological interest, as in automobiles or computers.
And like with that
So
example,
gearhead
The way
might-
they operate.
Gearhead might. I mean, it would cross over and definitely get in the area of nerd.
well, no, if you're
There's some
Gearheads don't have
overlap.
tattoos,
There's some
they're sharp.
overlap.
You got to
There's
be
a little
masculine.
overlap.
Yeah,
Does
you got
anyone know how to spell aficionado? Anyone?
AFF? Is it AFF?
Oh, that may be why I'm missing it.
AFFI?
I got foodie.
It's one of those words I bet it's going to be spelled totally different the way you think.
Greg, spelling foodie right is nothing to be proud of.
And as far as an audio file, it's like people that like audio a lot. And there's another word. I have an example, but I'm not going to use it.
No, please don't.
Okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
back. Thanks for being with us today. Let's go. All right, so working our way back. Time for our Biden clips and our Trump clips today.
Where did he go?
Uh-huh.
He's hiding in the basement.
Everybody.
Basement Joe. Basement Joe.
So we got a number of them. We'll just roll through them, Adler. Let's just go through them in order. This is the deal that we see sometimes. This one I see y'all have titled Biden randomly starts screaming. Now, you know, he'll get mad. He'll get real mad and
He'll take a poke at you.
He'll take a poke at you. So he is.
Don't mess with Joe.
What is this, suckers and losers? What, Adler, what's he going to do here?
He repeats that story that Trump supposedly saw a military cemetery and called them suckers.
Not this again. Come out and said that wasn't true.
There's no proof of this ever happening.
Okay.
The one that offends me the most is when he refused as president to visit an American cemetery outside of Paris when he was president. Why? He said that those soldiers who gave their lives were, quote, was his quote, suckers and losers. Suckers and losers, he said it. Who the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? These are heroes. These soldiers are heroes.
Just not accurate, sir.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you look into it, because last time he said that, Bubba and I both did a deep dive into it. There was somebody on his staff that did claim that Trump made a statement like that as they were there. That has never been substantiated, but he certainly never said that publicly. This all came from someone on his staff, and pardon me, I can't remember who it was, that came out and said, "I heard him say this." Okay. So that's where this comes from.
But that's
not
a disgruntled guy that was let go.
Yeah,
but
it's John Kelly.
Yeah, John Kelly. But it's never been substantiated.
Yeah, I don't think John Kelly would have stood for it if he'd actually said that. He probably would have gone to blows with Trump.
Right.
So it seems odd to me that he says that he heard that.
Now he did during the McCain thing say he likes his heroes uncaptured.
Yep, he did.
He did say that.
Now part of the story was that he wouldn't go to the cemetery, and that was not the case. Trump wanted to go. Secret Service would not let him go, and it was a weather issue that day. I mean, they had torrential rain, mud. They were afraid they were going to get stuck in the motorcade because it's so heavy. That they would not allow him to go. So it was not his decision not to go, and I certainly don't believe.
And I love that Biden and people, when they get to something like this, like they're making some big stand that if somebody called people who died, going and trying to take the beach and all this, that I'm not going to stand here and let him call them suckers and losers. Say, I had a way to make a big stand. But the truth is, that he was told he wasn't going there because of weather. He never said he didn't want to go there. And yes, Kelly claims that Trump said something to him about them being suckers and losers, but that was never anything publicly said, or has it been substantiated that he said it at all?
Was it John Kelly?
It was John Kelly, yeah. But John Kelly also kicked me out of the family viewing area of the Huntsville Trump rally, so we can't trust that guy.
That's true.
I forgot about you at that rally.
All right, next,
you need to leave.
That's
I was
hilarious.
like, thanks for having me.
Next, we have a very confused Biden. Oh, he's claiming he's ahead in 35 polls.
35?
Yeah. So here we go.
I've been to every single of the toss-up states so far. And guess what? If you knock anybody who knows anything about polling, it's awful hard to poll these days. Because, no, I'm serious. But guess what? Even in the polls that are being used now, we're ahead in 35 polls.
You seen these, Bubba?
Rick, what about he gives you guess what?
Yeah,
guess what?
I love when he tells you that guess what, or I'm telling the truth, and no one's accusing him of not telling.
I know.
Yeah, at 35 polls. I'm serious. I didn't say you weren't.
And
serious.
I don't want to have to guess.
Right.
The only stories I see.
He did a guess what?
And it's on Fox. It's also on CNN, MSNBC. Says Trump's winning the polls.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, polls don't
35
vote.
though.
Well, he is leading.
So around this time yesterday, I just happened to turn on Fox News, and they were showing, which I think we're about to play, Trump in Harlem and the chaos behind it. People chanting USA. They break out in the
the anthem, I believe. Kids are screaming, "I love you." And then they said, now, to be fair and balanced, let's go to Biden. He's has a speech in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and they go to a half-full room, and he's whispering like that. And the side-by-side comparison was just unbelievable.
Well, our next one, Biden, before we get to those, Biden, Greg, this is your favorite Biden.
Oh, boy.
He goes into some bizarre, incoherent story that is going to have something to do with him standing in a towel and shaving cream.
Okay.
This is what you live for, Greg.
This ought to be good.
This is what you live for, and this is the event that Speedy's talking about.
I think they're packing them in.
One day I showed up at the off-year convention, and I was in the motel, after the local motel, getting changed after the afternoon session, go back to the evening session. I'd come down with some young activists, a little older than me, but still young activists, who were involved in trying to reform the party. And I was in one of those 8x10 bathrooms, they have, shower, toilet, and a sink, and I got a towel on me and shaving cream, and I hear bam, bam, bam at my door, really loudly. And I wondered, what the hell is that? I thought it was this guy, Bob Cunningham, at a radio show, and a couple other guys. So I said, okay, guys. And I walked to the door and opened it up, and standing there was the former governor of the state of Delaware, Albert N. Carville, a big guy, about 6'5", talked at you like this. And the state representative who got defeated 4 years earlier as a Democratic state rep who was retired. And one of the, from the family that had more senators appointed than any other family in American history, to the tunnels, a former retired justice and the state chairman. And they said, I'm standing in a towel and shaving cream on my face.
How about that?
I'm exhausted.
I'm exhausted.
I can't even. I'm tired.
He laid that lineage out.
Honestly, I started thinking about UFOs in the middle of that. I couldn't stay with it.
Yeah, I bet the crowd there was feeling the same.
So we can get 2A in before we go. So now here is Trump. This is the thing that the Republicans are trying to show. There seems to be momentum for Trump in the black community. Here he is in Harlem, and watch the reaction to the kids.
I love you, Trump! We love Trump! I love you, Trump! We love 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 Trump!
So that's in Harlem. So just be aware of that.
I see some people that ain't black in there because they're black people cheering for Trump. So that's a problem.
Yeah, it's. I saw some people too that are also going to be removed from being called Latin.
Yes.
There's people of color there of various ethnicities, and of course they're going to lose that ethnicity because they're actually saying they love Trump. So they'll be declared as white people. Also, we'll find out when we come back, unintelligent, angry white people. So just we're going to get talked down to a little bit by one of Bubba's favorites, Katie Couric. That's still to come, and we've got some more of that. We'll get to more of the Trump videos and on to Katie Couric, who wants all of you who support Trump to know how she feels about you. And she's coming with a word I've never even heard before, I guess because I'm stupid. So anyway, it's top of the hour. If you're leaving us, enjoy the day. Don't forget the archives. You can catch any part of the show that you may have missed due to your schedule when it's running live. Catch those on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Wednesday Bible study will be in the archives today, but it's live if you want to catch that on the YouTube channel, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We Be Big. So we discussed this Lexus commercial and all the different titles that people have now trying to be sharp. And this is
I can't believe they didn't have techno in there.
Techno, I guess a techno would be.
See, there's
nerd.
They branch into other things. There's some overlap.
Yeah. Well, I think you're an aficionado of like ham radio.
Thank you.
What if they put "I'm a bip" in there?
See, that's ours.
I'm bippy.
Are y'all like me?
I'm a bippity bip.
These kind of words we come up with, and it shows you how it can happen.
Oh, yeah.
And I can even remember my wife and whatever talking about what do you mean on this kind? And before you know it, they're doing it.
I know.
She goes, well, I'll tell you what, so and so, what a bip. And I said, what'd you just say? She goes, well, did I just call somebody a bip? I said, yeah, you did.
Do you remember?
It happens.
Can I tell you one of the things that drives me crazy? And my kids started this, and Betty, they would ask you a question and then end it with no. Do you want to, it would be like, would you like me to carry the garbage to the road? No. You know, and put like no at the end of it.
Instead of yes, I would do yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I started doing it back to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to be careful because I like you kind of pick up habits, you know.
I'll tell you the one I don't like right now that my kids use, and I refuse to do it. Yeah, I mean, it's been a minute. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute since we did that. Hey, yeah, it's been a minute. That's getting on my nerves.
There's been a hot anything.
Yeah. I
what
don't.
about ones that we've used in the past that have gone away? You remember when we were kids, if somebody thought they was kind of bad, you say he thinks he's a bear.
A bear. I
You
forgot
remember?
about that.
Well, you a bear?
Yeah, he thinks he's a bear.
Yeah, I don't know. And
Yeah.
that kind of dropped off.
I forgot about bear.
And then, Greg, there's some timeless ones that continue.
Sure.
We won't go into.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Sam in Kentucky. Sam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Come on.
Looks like Saban coached the basketball team last night, but did you notice that Foodie isn't what she's not a big mama womp womp?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, they should have put a big fat chick up there.
Yeah. Well, they're not. Well, a lot of times foodies don't look like
Yeah,
what
you're
they
right.
act like they like food, but they don't look like it.
Yeah,
You know, it's some of the people that call themselves that. Yeah, they were. See, y'all were alluding a minute ago. He brought up Saban that the numbers were down on the national championship game.
Yeah, big time.
I think part of that may be that Alabama, wins every other year. But I think some of it may be there were just a lot of people like me. It did not feel like this was a real football
I think it's
season.
a perfect storm.
It just didn't feel right. I didn't enjoy watching it. It was boring to me.
Not to take away from the accomplishment, because it was really even more incredible. They went through all that.
What Alabama did, you're right, Bubba, was more impressive because they basically showed again we can even handle this adversity better than anybody else, and they deserve all the credit in the world.
And played a tougher schedule than they normally do.
Yeah,
think about that.
And you hear Saban tiptoeing around that. He said, "Look, I'm not trying to play favorites with teams, but this team had to play 11 SEC games." And
if you think about those, if you're going to pick two other teams to make that case on a schedule outside of the SEC's 11 games, if you pick Notre Dame and Ohio State that you're going to beat, you can't get any more blue blood than that.
No, you're right. Yeah. I just as a fan of the game, and I love American football, especially college football. I don't watch much NFL. Controversy or not, I just didn't watch much pro football like I did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I enjoy college football. It is my favorite. I like going to a good high school game, but it didn't. The presentation on television did not draw me in this year of any game, just because I didn't like the atmosphere. It felt. The perfect example was said, and I think it was Adler's dad who said, "This feels like you've turned over to a late season baseball game with a team that's already out of the run for the pennant."
Yeah.
It's the way it feels, and it's a championship. You're watching a championship game, and it feels like it's a game that means nothing because not many people came
It
to
hurts the emotion.
$25 million last year, $18 million this year, and they're calling that, the people that follow this, a disaster. Now, I don't know.
Well,
I don't necessarily
what was
know
it?
this.
What were the numbers?
$25 million last year, $18 million this year. Is that right, Greg? It's about a $7 million difference.
But how about this?
25%?
But now even that $18 million was way ahead of anything else that was happening.
No.
Great
But,
point. Yeah.
but I think a lot of the last maybe had more intrigue because you had LSU and they had that season going, and it was a different story. It wasn't the same people that were always there, even though Clemson. But
and you got to look at what else was going on. There was still a lot of news headlines that may have pulled. Some
yeah,
people
you're
off.
right.
Basketball had already started.
Yeah.
Well, I talk to a lot of people now. If you don't have a kid playing or your daddy's not the coach or something like that, people who are just casual fans like I am now. Now, if you're rabid, you're staying there. Sure. I think what they lost, Helmsley, if you looked at it, I bet it's the casual fan. Yeah. Because they're like, they just didn't. It wasn't a great product. No. It wasn't a great product. Let's go to Chuck in Ohio. Chuck, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up, baby?
Hey, guys, I heard you talking about, words and your wife starting to say things. And I've noticed I've got my wife saying holding court. I've got her saying that guy's just trying to be sharp. She's working Rick and Bubba words into her vocabulary, and I'm like, yes, I have a victory here.
That is a good thing. That's a good thing.
I love that. Let's go to Gerald in Ozark. Gerald, go ahead, buddy. Here we go. Another hour. Thank you for joining us, America. We'll get a phone troll in before the hour is done. Probably next segment, if you want to kind of plan for that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Still to come, Taylor Hicks with us next hour. You got a chance to see Taylor live in concert in Birmingham, Alabama at Samford University's Wright Center this Friday night, benefiting AlabamaGameChangers.org. This is a nonprofit medical clinic, and they focus to diagnose and treat kids, teens, adults that have dyslexia or any other learning abilities. It's special focus specifically on the kids here, but they do work beyond that as well. AlabamaGameChangers.org. So we'll talk to Taylor Hicks coming up. All right, Bubba, so are you ready to be lectured by Katie Couric?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So remember, first of all, when you're dealing with the modern version of a far leftist, I do find them, maybe it's a misinterpretation. I find them to be jealous. I find them to be bitter. I find them to be resentful. And I find them to be willing to attack and destroy people who oppose them at a moment's notice. That's how it feels. They also seem to call for violence if you're doing something they don't want. But then what they do, I think, probably better than the right does it, they sit down and they will pretend that everything I just said that we've seen them do, it's actually the supporters of Trump that do that. So and also they really want you to always know how much smarter they are than you. And if you're voting for Trump, it's because you lack intelligence. Mm-hmm. So here we go. Here's Katie Couric. Is she on Bill Maher's show? Mm-hmm. On Bill Maher's show, here she is.
And I feel like, to your point, Bill, the socioeconomic disparities are a lot, and class resentment is a lot, and anti-intellectualism and elitism is what is driving many of these anti-establishment, which are Trump voters, or anti-establishment voters. So I think that is a huge problem that we have to address. I mean, globalization and, the transition from an industrial to a technological society. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been jealous of what someone else has or resentful. It is such a corroding and bitter, almost bile feeling.
Right. That's what the left does. The left are the ones who try to make people bitter and jealous by saying this is what equity is all about. This thing that they're promoting, the whole foundation it's built on is whatever somebody else has is ill-gotten gains, and you should have the exact same life they have, even though you didn't do anything they did to actually get there. This is what I mean. It almost boggles the mind how clever they are and how committed they are to take every agenda that they promote and pretend it's actually the other party that does that. These are the tenets of the Democratic Party on how they try to get people to the polls.
Isn't that like a mental thing?
It is, Greg. That's called projecting. That's good. Is. Your therapy's working, Greg.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But don't miss anti-intellectualism.
Anti-intellect. Is that a good word for dumbass?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It really is.
Pretty much it.
It's the more barnyard terminology.
We're going to say DA.
Yeah. But what
you're done for the quarter.
What she says there.
Get it out of the gate early.
Yeah.
It's just April.
I was behind. I'd been holding.
Yeah. Moved right into the second quarter and just used them all up.
Yeah, I know.
But
I mean, I figured that's what it was.
Don't hear from you again until July.
But
good to see y'all.
But anyway, this is always that thing. Now, don't miss this either, because this is very important to catch. She thinks that if you're out there and you want to downsize the government, if you want to make sure that the American people are taken care of, and you don't want to be part of globalism, that you just lack intelligence. For you to be anti the government, the central government, anti-establishment. I mean that I don't know how to tell her this. A lot of people are very proud to be anti-establishment. A lot of people are very excited about removing these politicians that this they heard the analogy of the swamp. A lot of people are extremely excited to be anti-swamp, to be anti-career politicians, to be anti these people that seem to get together in D.C. and look after each other and throw us under the bus. A lot of people are tired of that, and I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of.
Well, let me ask you this: when they were being critical of Trump when he was in office, wasn't they being anti-establishment?
No, there you go.
I mean, isn't that?
But he's the anti.
They're doing it.
But he's the anti-establishment established person at the time.
If you want like a closed border, you're an anti-intellectual.
Right.
If let's say you don't want to take an experimental gene therapy shot, you're anti-intellectual, anti-science.
What about not spend more money than you bring in?
Right.
It's evil.
Well,
tough on crime.
Let me just take the border.
Do the crime, do the time.
I think if you don't understand the walking around chewing gum common sense of a border that is secure, I think you're probably what Greg said.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's probably the most simple.
There's
logical. I mean,
Rick, there's no example of open borders working.
Right.
Look at Europe right now. Look what they're dealing with.
Go ask the Cherokees
again. Yeah, for real. Ask any of them.
Go ask anybody on the reservation.
And it's heaven itself has limited access.
If you don't want to destroy the economy and give trillions of dollars to green companies for something that's actually we're not even sure it's been proven. Meanwhile, the elites buy coastal properties.
Yep.
That's anti-intellectual, it seems.
But Trump's making you mad at them.
Yeah. What about telling us that global warming is going to destroy the ice caps and the oceans are going to all rise 8 foot? But yet you spend millions of dollars to buy a home that's 4 foot above the sea level.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't. It doesn't seem to make sense.
You don't have to say it again, Greg. We got it.
Yep. Bubba, Joy Reid, as you were saying, you're trying to get Trump through the judicial system. Joy Reid, which again I wouldn't call the sharpest tool in the shed, is going to just come right out and say that she thinks what's happening to Trump is poetic. Now, see, it can't just be poetic; it's actually got to be legally sound.
It just can't
our
be
court
poetic. System is not for poetry,
and
it's not for get backs. No. It's actually supposed to uphold the law.
Well, you're going to be upset with Joy then, because here she is
in prison. But for me, there is something wonderfully poetic about the fact that, despite the fact that even if convicted, he's not going to go to prison. The first person to actually criminally prosecute Donald Trump is a black Harvard grad, the very kind of person that his former staff, the people who worked for him, Stephen Miller, et cetera, want to never be at Harvard Law School. But he was. And he came out and graduated. He's prosecuting you, Donald. And a black woman is doing that same exact thing in Georgia. And a black woman forced you to pay a $175 million fine that's out now also in question because the people who put it up, that might not be legit. Donald Trump is being held to account by the very multicultural, multiracial democracy that he's trying to dismantle. And for me, there's something poetic and actually wonderful about that. It says something good about our country that we're still capable of having that happen. Go DEI. My DEIs are bringing it home on today.
Oh, no.
No, it's striking.
No, this is terrifying. What you're saying is that if you deem something to be poetic, then I could be in trouble if I'm the one you think is bad.
Yeah.
Not whether
not whether it's actually legit.
Yeah.
If you think that justice is being brought on Donald Trump, what difference does it make who color it? What color the people? I don't even understand.
What is she accusing Donald Trump of the not wanting black people to graduate from Harvard?
I have no idea.
Donald Trump, this thing that he's anti a multicultural society, based on what?
Now,
what are you talking
let's
about?
see what he did do. Remember, he got long-term financing for the historical black colleges, which had not been done.
Yep.
And why would he? If he's a racist, he's not a very good one.
It's not a very good one. Phone Trolls next. All 10 lines are available. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. I got 2 questions. One for Bubba. Bubba, have you ever modified your route to go to a restaurant?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
All right. You're a foodie. Case closed.
Okay.
I'm bad about like one of y'all will say something and get me wanting to eat something. And then I'll go, well, I got to have that.
Yeah.
You almost got me on fried chicken the other day.
I seen you reroute by the grocery store to get some Mook's Mills cheese sticks.
Hey, fried chicken is one of the greatest things that anybody ever came
I love
up
it,
with.
Rick.
I
mean, you can't beat it.
love it.
That's a good
I'm not allowed to have it a lot.
No,
not
but
anymore.
I like it.
But when I decide to have it, I'm all in.
That big old chicken breast. Ooh.
Kirk. Yeah, I heard Helmsy make that clear the other day.
Yeah, he left
Kirk
for work.
and Madison.
chicken.
Yeah, Kirk, go ahead.
I love it.
Wish you could have been me
Good
walking
morning. I got a couple more terms for you from the Lexus commercial that they really missed.
All right.
The first one is influencer.
Yeah.
See, I think they'll probably come back and do some more.
Yeah,
don't
that's
you?
a big name you hear a lot. No, they're an influencer.
That's what they do.
Yeah, and the second one used to be a term long ago, but it's come back, and they tagged the word modern on the front of it now. But now everybody's a modern homesteader.
Never heard that one, but
what does that mean?
But it sounds familiar. It does sound familiar.
What does that mean, though?
I don't know. Let's go to Flo.
Or how's it being used?
Flo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's up, fellas?
What's up? What's up, Flo?
Hey, man. Hey, just chilling, brothers, man. I just got a little story about Mr. Lucky, man. Back when y'all played Civic Center down in Birmingham.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, man, I got the CD. I got it signed. Plus, I got a Ryan Greenwood guitar pick that he flicked to me out into the audience.
Now that's somebody that was serious about the Fat Chance tour right there.
The hat trick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I still got it. And a quick Win Play Show story, man. Back when I had it CD, my girlfriend left me back at the time, and when you called my house, my answer machine answered with "She gone."
That somebody was all in.
That's it. I bet he got a shirt too.
You know, that was one of those moments too that we knew we had something going. We played a Birmingham date when we weren't even owning Birmingham yet, and had a big crowd come out.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bourgeois.
Rick, glad to be here. You know, I'm just sitting here thinking, we were talking about social media in the break, and it's been a hot topic around the country. You know, if I just had gobs of money and it was no issue, I think I would start my own social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I would call it Yeah But.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
I would love that.
And so, like, you know, you could just hear a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And they would get up and say, I want y'all to check out my new page. I got some great features that you can find it on yeahbut.com.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but. Hey, man, did you see that post on Yeah, but?
Hey, that thing's viral.
On that note, Babylon B not missing a beat. Should have waited till I got on the air because it did get a big reaction from the guys, but still very funny. Trump orders flags lowered to half staff over loss of his Twitter account.
You know,
that's a good one.
Well,
gosh, that's good.
Rick, that is extremely funny. Will they let you submit story titles to them? Do they accept that from the general public?
I'm writing for Babylon B.
No, I just wondered, do they?
I wish they would. I think they do.
See, I would like to see a story today entitled "Trump bypasses Congress, impeaches himself."
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That would be good. Here's a good one. Conservative mental health up 300%. After they all got banned from Twitter.
Yeah, that is funny.
Yeah,
see, that is funny.
That's just, I love that right there.
Good stuff.
How funny.
Greg, this is one for you. Ron Paul banned from Facebook for inciting dangerous levels of liberty.
That's a good one.
It's all good. Look, give me all the Babylon B you can stand.
Yeah. I told you I got the book, the Sacred Writings of what was the name of it? Something like that. But anyway, it's got some of their best articles that they've had, and it's in a really cool book with slick paper, so it's really fun to read.
Yeah,
and it is really good.
All right, here's a really.
It's a page turner. You can't quit reading them.
Listen, here's a really good one. Y'all gonna love this one. Trump is praised for accepting election results 4 years quicker than Hillary Clinton did.
That's true.
But.
That's it.
Yeah, but.
They got stole, Rick. You got stole.
Gosh, that's good right there.
Yeah, but.
That is a dandy right there.
That's a dandy.
Trump hides the nuclear codes in the Bible, so Pelosi will never find them.
That's a good one.
Yeah, look, this was another thing the other day. They made a big deal.
So here we go. It's the Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money count at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Here we go. Lines are available, 30 seconds a pop. Your time on the program ends on the buzzer. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. We are bringing something to the table. You're producing the Rick and Bubba Show right now on the Patriot Mobile phone troll. We will start with Andy out of Birmingham, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Andy, 30 seconds and go.
Good morning, fellas.
Buddy.
Quick, two things. Number one, Bubba, are you going to go out of retirement and go back to Briarwood tennis when you retire? And two, could you guys wish my wife, Melinda, a happy 20?
Oh, I'm afraid that is a shameless plug and a shout-out. So, Bubba, are you going to pick tennis back on?
No plans at this point. I do want to congratulate Briarwood. I heard they finished second in the sectional tournament yesterday, boys and girls, and are going back to the state tournament in Mobile.
Well, congratulations.
Been absent there for a few years. Congratulations on getting back.
Great
job, Coach.
Huntsville, 100.3 The River. We go to Clark. Clark, go ahead. Clark.
Clark.
Clark, get you something real nice.
Get you something real nice now, Clark. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. There we go. Let's try that. Let's go to Bo. Bo out of Sylacauga. Bo, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. There's talk of a lottery. They're calling it the educational lottery.
Oh yeah.
Here's what I'd like to be able to do is, if they'll replace my property tax with the lottery money, I would vote for it. But because it's tied to the 10 planks, that's something Eddie Van Adler could look up. The 10 planks. They're never going to let me not.
I don't know what Bo's talking about with the 10 planks.
There's some planks.
I do know this. I guess he's talking out of Alabama because it's like it's Alabama. These lottery folks with Alabama, it's the same old song. It's such a tired tune. Here comes the lottery back around again. Of course, the lottery is going to solve the problems of everything under the sun, and we'll have golden schools that reading out of books made of gold, and all the teachers will be paid and what they deserve, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And really all these lotteries do is they open the door to your state to a brand new party called the gambling party. And before you know it, it just keeps on going, and you'll become a one-party state, and that will be the gambling party because there's so much money lying around, and then before you know it, it's casinos, and before you know it, it's this, and it's just a tired old story. But anyway, so 10 planks.
The 10 planks is
communism.
Yeah, Karl Marx, 10 planks to seize power and destroy freedom.
Oh, I see. Okay,
yeah.
All right, I got you.
One of them is to abolish property and land and application for all rents of land to public purpose. Heavy progressive or graduated tax system. Already got that.
Already got that one.
Abolition of all rights of inheritance, confiscation of all property and all centralization of credit in the hands of the state. And it goes on.
And goes on and on. Yeah, but the whole lottery thing, just come out and say, hey, who wants to gamble? Vote for this. We'll just stop all the other stuff. These songs are just so tired. Ira in Tennessee. Ira, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. A long-time listener, first-time caller, because in my area I have to listen to tape delay in the afternoon.
Understood.
Had an idea for the base. Tranquility Base of Common Sense is what I was going to recommend for your no-name studio. And lastly, with these guys that are running around saying we support Hamas and stopping all the traffic, could we not, with their arrest, give them a passport and drop them over in Hamas and see how much they like it?
Yeah, I will tell you, as mentioned by Adler the other day, if you decide to go where Hamas is ruling, you better. It's not going to be a pleasant experience, and I bet you'll look back and go, that day I spent blocking traffic. I kind of wish, as Adler said, if you've got purple hair, you live an alternative lifestyle, you're part of the LGBTQ, all the different symbols and stuff, it won't go well. It will not be, if you're female, it won't go well. So I think this is another example of a lot of passion, but not a whole lot of understanding or logic. Let's go to Matt. Matt in Georgia. Matt, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, yeah, I want to view the theory of light like a race, a drag race from beginning to end. There's a beginning and an end, and that's the way it's measured. But if we're not sitting at the end, just looking at the end, if we change our view to where we're looking at the race from the raceway itself, we're looking at the end and the beginning. So we're seeing the beginning of the light, not just the end.
I wish there was that bird in the background. Bubba, go ahead.
I'm really not following your point.
Are you talking about the speed of light? Because you just said light. Are you talking about the speed of light?
Yes, the speed of light is measured from beginning to end. We're when a laser comes, we're measuring from the distance from the beginning to the end, and then that's our calculation.
And Bubba.
But your point of view also has a beginning or end. But that's never mind. What was the point of all that? I didn't understand where you were trying to go with it.
30 seconds.
Yeah, are you? Yeah, what's the end?
Yeah. So the point of all that is what?
We're not at the finish line just looking at the finish line. We've got a different view. We're on the roadway looking back. If we're sitting in the stands looking just at the finish line, it takes a few seconds to get from the beginning to the end. And so if we change our view, we can see the beginning and the end.
And how? What is that? What is that?
Now you're trying to be God. God's the one who sees the beginning and the end all at the same time.
No.
I'm saying,
if we're looking at a star,
sir, we got it. We got your point.
Matt,
we got your point.
Matt,
you're saying there's a difference looking at light coming towards you versus looking at it from the side. But the point of that is what?
Our we're not looking at history. We're looking at it in real time. When we look at a star, we're not looking at it from a side view.
No, Matthew or Matt, if we're looking at light coming toward us from a star, now keep in mind the light travels out in an omnidirectional pattern. It doesn't go out like a laser beam. So even if you're at a third position, you still have a distance that you have to deal with.
Yeah, but
and the light getting to you took time too. There's no way that light is like a laser beam and you're sitting on the side of it. I mean, you can't get to the perspective you're talking about.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Well, no, I'm trying to understand the point.
Yeah, no, I think I've stopped listening, as you can imagine, minutes ago. And sadly, probably most of the audience. But
okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, yeah.
But the point being what in all of that?
The speed of light varies.
We're not looking at history. It just seems stupid to me that we're looking at something happened, that we're looking at the past from years ago when I can see it,
By the time the light gets to you, what is actually happening way far away, it takes so long to get to you.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When Trump went to Texas and he was going to the wall
to admire the wall,
that was a big deal. I mean, they had pictures, all this. The Marine who carries the nuclear football, has it strapped to his wrist, is getting on the helicopter, and hey, Trump's carrying the nuke codes with him. Is he stable enough for that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what does that mean? Hey, I got news for y'all. If Trump goes to the drive-thru to get a hamburger, they got the nuclear codes with him.
Always.
That guy stays with him all the time.
I was wondering how you were going to bring food into this.
Well, I'm a foodie.
Bubba, here's a good one. Talking about the inconsistency again. Amazon has been banned from Amazon servers for selling Trump's Art of the Deal.
Yeah, sure. That's precious.
That's a good one.
That's precious right there. And let me tell you, they will sell it. They will sell it. And they're so serious about it, they'll deliver it to your house with a drone.
Sure. On Sunday.
I'm not real up. This is another story today. I know we're talking about the whole Bubba thing because we remember when Bubba,
why are we talking about the
during the
Bubba
COVID, first COVID shutdown, he found a way to get Girl Scout cookies delivered to a dock somewhere.
Yeah. To work a deal.
Well,
that really is amazing.
See, Girl Scouts, now somebody, I don't know much about Girl Scouts other than their cookies. Are they doing the circular firing squad like the Boy Scouts did on all the political stuff? And the things they stand for. Have you ever seen the Boy Scouts? Have you ever seen an organization?
I don't listen, Rick. I just eat the cookies.
Let me ask you this: have you ever seen the Boy Scouts, an organization like the Boy Scouts, destroy themselves and just more violently than they did with these idiotic decisions that they made? I mean, they just because this is that thing, like you back to overplaying your hand. You think if you have a product like that has become somewhat beloved, that you can pretty much do anything and people just continue to be part of it.
Yeah.
And I know the Trail Life people rose up and said, here's what Boy Scouts was at one time. Come over here, and they've gone under. I mean, when you hear ads running now, contact us if you have a lawsuit against Boy Scouts. And,
anything that's left, they're suing them for it.
Yeah.
And
what they did, they allowed the companies that bend to the mob mentality of the radical left, they allowed those people who donated their money to Boy Scouts to say they would withhold money if Boy Scouts didn't do this, this, and this, which goes back, again, just like our Department of Education, just like public education and government schools. Anytime somebody gives you money, the Bible tells you you'll become beholden to them. So you either step up and are bold enough to say, if we have to compromise our principles and our morality, we don't want your money. And if you're not willing to do that, you then keep taking the money, bending to them. Then the customers, and I'll just use that word customers or clients that you have that don't feel that way eventually leave you. And then, of course, some things happen that we told you were going to happen. We said it right here into the microphone, not because we were prophets, but because we know some things that are pretty common sense. You put people together in situations like this that are intimate. You're going to have things happen that shouldn't happen. And apparently these things did happen, and now the Boy Scouts, are a shell of what they once were. Are they even around anymore? Do they still exist?
What about the Trailblazers? Do they have their own?
It's Trail Life, Greg.
Oh,
not
Trailblazers.
But you know what? Maybe it should have been Trailblazers.
Do they have their version of the Pinewood Derby?
I don't know. By the way,
Rick, you know what
you
is?
talking about me being a disaster zone.
I don't want to get off on the.
But
tangent,
are Girl Scouts doing all this too? Are they learning?
Rick, if you go back and you look at who their board members have been, who led them down this road, they also have a pretty bad track record on the companies they were leading to because of the same issue.
Same thing, political correctness. They didn't stand up when they should have and said, we're not going to take that step. We'll take steps that make sense, but we're not taking these radical steps that make no sense. And so that's the thing, too. If we don't like the mob mentality and the cancel culture, as I'm going to say again, then those of us that believe have a different worldview than the radical left, let's not become our own version of the same thing.
Right.
And that's what we keep saying over and over again. So anyway, Girl Scouts.
Be careful where you're drifting.
Yeah. On a much lighter note, I don't know where they are these days or whether people who are people of faith or conservative want their girls and Girl Scouts anymore. I don't really know. We're just going to talk about the cookies here. They now, Bubba, can deliver through Grubhub the Girl Scout cookies right to your door.
Hey, Bubba, good news.
What a day. What a day. Yeah, when we had our clandestine meeting before, I mean, it had everything that a good Fast and Furious get-together had. You know what I mean? It was great.
Yeah.
The timing on it, the execution. Nobody knew what was happening. We just stopped, and all of a sudden, boxes of cookies started appearing. It was great.
And then you gathered them.
Can you tell me this, though, Bubba, seriously? I mean, thinking about it, I can think of a few things.
The boat was about to tip over.
Right off the top of my head. But
bring that forklift over here.
So here's another thing that the pandemic forces something to go e-commerce. Hey, let's go. Hey. Field of Greens. Oh, I love you, Field of Greens. I love you, Field of Greens. So it's a great product. I'm so glad that they wanted to be part of our show. You know what? You take a scoop of Field of Greens to get the day started like I do every day. And, buddy, let me tell you something. Your body's getting the vegetables. It's getting the fruits, all the benefits, the right fruits, the right vegetables for your vital organs, your immune system. Your body's like, you know when you look over and you remember you're at the gas pump, and a lot of times because it's become so expensive, but you remember when you you thought, I really would like to put the super in. If I put the super in, that automobile is going to run better because it's got some things that the car needs. Sometimes I know Speedy, you've never done it before, but there actually is a premium. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, really?
But think of Field of Greens as your body saying, "I'll take the premium."
Oh,
okay. Here's the fuel I need. And boy, let me tell you, we continue to get so many people. You know what gets me about the audience? Do you know what seems to be the number one question I get about this? What do y'all mix with it? And I'm like, there were so many other important things we said, but anyway, they've got flavors: wild berry, strawberry lemonade, lemon lime. I had an idea for a promotion to tie it to the show because Sherry's favorite is the wild berry. And I said, what if we start calling it wild Sherry? And she said, what? Do not say that. Of course, now I've said it. But anyway, but
too late.
Yeah, too late. But anyway, so it's delicious. Do not get in your mind the old days when people would put up a bunch of like greens and water, and it tasted like you were drinking swamp water or river water. It's not like that at all. It's really good, and boy, the results are fantastic. So why don't you go get yours now? Why don't you join the hype that's out there in our audience and in my family? This has been my new thing with the kids that are on their own. Hey, Dad, you got any extra Field of Greens? I said, whoa. Y'all independent now. Y'all make your own money. Go buy your own Field of Greens. Don't come here getting mine. That literally happens every time they visit. You ain't got an extra canister of Field of Greens, do you? No. Go buy your own. So anyway, fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Get 15% off. That's fieldofgreens.com, code Bubba, and free rush shipping. You're going to love this product, but more importantly, your body's going to love this product, and your doctor's going to love this product. Find the link to it, rickandbubba.com, under the sponsors button. All right, so we had a interesting conversation there that took up most of the phone troll.
Sorry about that.
And let me tell you what's hilarious about that: the depth of that conversation in this email. You know how we're every end of the spectrum, okay? Every end of the spectrum. So we have a guy. Did you ever figure out what he was talking about?
Not really.
I heard Adler walk in, and I was afraid he was going to try to explain it, so I left.
Can I just do the baby thing?
Do your baby thing.
I think what he was saying, Rick, looking at it from a different perspective.
I got you. But you said that's not available to us.
But if you are looking at it from the side, you also are seeing a line of light coming toward you. So there's a time there too. You can't take the time factor out of it. You can't say, it's taking time to go right to left, but if I'm looking at it over here, I don't have that time factor.
Right.
Huh.
Right? That's all I could get out.
I will say, and
maybe it's on me.
It doesn't matter, and this is not saying good or bad. No. This is not saying good or bad. Again, like I always say, there's not a problem with you saying, I'm sorry, this is the way I am, until you start thinking everybody should be that way. And so that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about my own problems, and I have so many of them. So many shortcomings. This is not a conversation on the importance of the conversation at all, because everybody has different points of view. I'm just telling you, I can't be in it. I mean, when there, like if you said, Rick, you sit here right now and you must participate in this conversation, I'm not able to. It'd be like somebody telling Bubba, you got to sit here with somebody holding a snake, and you go, well, look, I know some people can do that. I just can't. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I just I was so checked out. At one point, I was listening to the bird in the background more than Mitch, when that is named Mitch.
He seemed like a really nice guy.
A super nice guy. I think Mitch and I will be fine as long as he never brought this up again.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I had no idea.
Was it Mitch?
I don't think so.
I don't. Whatever his name was. Matt, whatever his name was. But he and I think would have a good time together as long as he promised to never bring this up.
What he was saying, I've often thought, is a way that God can view history.
Now that you heard me go there, I was interested in that.
See, I've always thought that may be the way God sees everything.
Well,
if it's a stage,
he's above time.
He sees Adam and Eve on one side, and he sees the final judgment on the other. He can see it all at all the time.
That's called being omnipotent, omniscient, all-knowing, everywhere, all at one time.
You can be
sovereign.
Yeah, you can be everywhere. You can be everywhere all the time, and you can be anywhere, anytime.
And one thing I think we miss a lot is God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. Lucifer is not.
Right.
No.
He's a created being, and a lot of times we act like he is. Now, there's a third of demons that there's spiritual warfare, and it's all real, but as James tries to point out to all of us, a lot of the things we do, we blame on the devil. It's just our sin nature.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Adler, would you like to do your baby thing before I read this email?
This is where he acts real smart.
Because it's so confusing, and this is the easiest way that I'm able to understand.
Shouldn't you be
because
writing
I'm
a
not
funny
smart.
song? Shouldn't you be
Because
writing a
I'm
funny
not
song?
smart.
Shouldn't you be writing a funny song?
I know you went to Austin.
Okay, all right.
Went and saw the clip.
I won't do it then. Fine.
No, we're kidding. I really do want to know.
Whatever.
And you've been very patient. Go ahead.
So, all right, if you say you have a telescope and you can look at something that is 10 light years away, that's a distance.
They don't have that.
Help me.
They don't have that,
Help
but
me
this is
listen.
just for an example.
This is the theory of it all.
Greg, I thought you were serious.
Okay, so
I'm trying so
Telescope.
hard to be disciplined.
telescope. You look at a baby that is 10 light years away. Okay, that baby is actually, by the time you're seeing that little baby, that baby is actually 10 years old, because what you're looking at is actually happening
Well, I
10
knew
years
that.
ago.
I knew that.
And that's just the baby
That's the star
example.
thing.
But
Bubba's
now,
already explained the star
if you
thing.
were to move to the side, you're still looking at the baby. So maybe you move closer. Maybe you take a step to the left, step to the right.
You move in 5 light years.
But that guy's example of moving
it
doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
It doesn't take you away from the delay factor.
You remember when we were kids? Remember when we were kids in science class and showed the film about the twins? One stays down, one gets in the spaceship.
Buddy, you don't have to join in.
Just saying.
All right.
That is interesting.
I don't know that one.
And Adler, I will go this far, and Rick knows I've argued this for many years.
Yes, you have.
I think it's very arrogant for us to say that the speed of light has been
go.
constant through all of creation.
And he's off.
Now we can say it is 186,000 miles an hour right now,
Right.
but who's to say what it was long ago or in the future? Who knows?
Can I ask
we haven't lived long enough to get a good sample.
So you looking at a 10-year-old from the side? Is that what we're doing?
Right, yeah.
I'm not looking at any 10-year-old.
Right.
No.
Just trying to figure out where we are.
All right. So can I? This was a call that we were not able to get that I would have been very excited about.
Okay.
Okay. Now I want you to think about the other end of the spectrum here. Hey man, I was not able to get in. Once the guy from Georgia started talking about light, that was I never got an opportunity. My question I thought was important as well. Hey, would y'all rather, if y'all had to, and from this moment on you had no other choice, listen to Beach Boys music or REM? Thank you. That was my question.
Was it Beach Boys or
REM?
REM.
Wow.
Yeah, and he said beach. I'm sorry, beach music. You're right. Beach music.
I thought it said Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, he said beach music. Well, that's easy. If you're including Jimmy Buffett in that, which is not my all-time favorite, but I would much rather listen to Jimmy Buffett than REM.
Yeah, I'd much rather listen to beach music. Now, if it was exclusively the Beach Boys, I might go the other way.
Now, that's different. You're right. But that would be in the beach music rotation, though.
Yeah,
but you didn't have to listen to them exclusively.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would pick the beach music, and I'm not a big, as we've all said, well, I don't think any of us are real big beach music people.
Greg is.
But I would rather, no, Greg's probably the least. I would listen to beach music over REM if I had to. JP, I know you weren't able to get in and have your deep question, but I want to be sure it got airtime.
I just say not listen to either one of them.
Well, Greg, that's not the scenario. He said you're stuck. It's not how the game's played. Would you rather means you have to pick.
No doubt. It's not even close.
Yeah, right.
Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah.
I can listen to Cheeseburger in Paradise over and over.
Right. I will say.
Yeah, I like that one.
And is there anything by REM that you can tolerate?
I
know you. One time I saw you crying to Everybody Hurts.
That one that does hurt.
He likes Stan. He could even do the dance.
No, Stan. Stan may be one of the worst songs ever created.
What's the frequency, Kenneth? Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, the famous line.
Can't get there from here.
I think mine is that orange one.
Got my orange crush.
And you're gonna laugh.
Yeah.
I could get through The Man on the Moon or whatever it is. If you believe, I can get through that.
Losing my religion.
It's the end of the world.
Yeah,
that's Greg's favorite.
But if somebody said, "Here's an REM song" or "Here's a Jimmy Buffett song," it's definitely Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Now,
Beach
Beach
Boys,
Boys.
we're talking about from now on. I couldn't do the Beach Boys.
No.
I'd run jump in the ocean.
Yeah, right. So if I was looking directly at Jimmy Buffett, as opposed to standing looking at him walking by.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
If there were a set of twins and one got in a spaceship.
hey, thanks, Adler.
If you're on the front of a train going to the speed light, can you throw a baseball off?
Check your email, Adler. Look what you've done. wasn't e-commerce before. So the pandemic, they started out, I'm e-commerce just because I like it. I just like that as something in my arsenal.
Sure.
But then the pandemic declared it to be absolutely necessary, meaning more people will now be into e-commerce that maybe didn't even try it before. Can you give me a plan? I'm sitting at your desk, Team Rick and Bubba, on how retail brick and mortar is going to survive?
Yeah, I can, but it'll take some explaining.
Yeah.
The business cycle demands that it will. That once again, the online people will fall short when they think they don't have to do what they need to do. Yeah. That's the short abbreviation of it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I heard Bubba. That's I remember Bubba talking about that.
That's all I was. That was the description he gave me.
Okay, does she say that?
I haven't seen the video. I just read the headline.
This is on you. Do you want it to be on you?
You got 10 seconds.
I don't want it to be on me, but I want us to play it.
Okay. Well, it's on Adler, everybody.
Okay,
Let's play it.
Here we go.
I am glad I didn't think that the Trumpsters had it in them. I didn't think the conservatives did. But you know what? You racist socialists can dish it out, but you can't take it. And remember this, Adolf Hitler was a socialist, and that's exactly who you follow. You're nothing but a coward. Seeing you hide underneath your desk, I actually got... That's how much I loathe you. That's how much I'm glad what they did. And like Nancy Pelosi said, people do what they do. After all, she doesn't care about monuments, and neither do I. And where in the First Amendment does it say that you have to protest peacefully and politely? As long as there's outrage and unrest in our hearts, there's going to be unrest in these streets.
Okay.
She hates her glasses fell off right in the middle.
You realize what she did? She quoted exactly what the Democrats had said about the riots back to the Democrats.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Every one of those lines she used was said previously.
Except for one.
She added the one about how excited she was.
And I took that down,
Chucky
and we didn't have
scared.
that. So we got. I could see, but if you had told me that heads up,
she
I
was
would've
glad
known.
about it.
So the heads up was appreciated. So I was able to edit that one part, But yeah, she's saying. You remember the thing we played early in the show that Adler gave us the 2 minutes of all the things they said about violent protesters? She's quoting that back to them, and then says the very uncomfortable Adolf Hitler was a socialist too, or actually paraded as one.
Yeah,
and she got after him pretty good.
Yeah. She struggled with the mask, and her glasses fell off halfway.
It's hard
through.
to make a point behind
I
a mask.
appreciate her not trying to bend down and get the glasses,
I
just
do too.
continuing to talk.
James,
I'm shocked she got that close and was able to give that speech for that amount of time without somebody grabbing her. Now, you did see one of his security guys step around.
And he
but
should.
But I thought that he would have been more aggressive.
But he didn't do anything.
He was trying to ignore
How about
her.
this? She was able to stand there and address her government, and I give everybody credit for letting it happen.
Yeah.
James in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go, James.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Me and my wife work in the funeral industry, and we got okay to get the vaccine. And we had two totally different reactions to it. We took it at the same time. I came by without any reaction, but she had like the stiffness and the wimpy, kind of like Adler. You know, I got an Adler living in my house right now.
Stiff.
Yeah, I had the people telling me, and this goes back to the COVID itself, because they are giving you some of the COVID. That's how vaccines work. You're seeing with the vaccine what you're seeing with the actual disease. It is so perplexing.
Yeah, it is.
How
Everybody
two
different.
people, and I'm talking about not two people that have different, comorbidities, two people that are relatively the same in their, we think, as human beings, what we can see about their health. And one goes south, has to go to the hospital. One's like, it's kind of like a cold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it seems like the vaccine's having the same day. I talked to a guy the other day. He says, man, I had a rough time with it. My wife didn't have a rough time with it at all. So it's this thing of, and I keep waiting on somebody to tell me that all these churches that keep spacing out, making you wear a mask, are all going online. Can y'all explain to me how John MacArthur is not creating a spike, but you think you will? Don't y'all think if they could get a spike on John MacArthur, it'd be wall-to-wall coverage? I mean, don't you think they would hammer him and drive him into the ground if his church was having an uncommon over the top, everybody's going to die outbreak at his church, you don't think they wouldn't be covering that? Now, I could be wrong, but I just think it's if they're not covering it, that means it's probably not happening. Here we go, baby. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, so a couple of stories that we haven't done for you. We'll run them down. We read you the Babylon Bee headline about how Caitlin Clark has signed the biggest, what'd they say, 4-figure deal in WNBA history.
Do they have a salary cap?
I think so. I don't know.
I think they do. 76,000. Is that where it's capped?
And there's no doubt that players like her and some of the others, probably give the WNBA their best shot at garnering an audience. And I think that it's working on its own merit and all of that. But when we get down to these, we should this. Well, the people in the offices should be as excited about their bracket in the women's tournament. People who love the NBA should also like the WNBA. But let's not pretend that that's. What do you mean should? If someone prefers that, then let them watch it. If they don't, and comedian. Now let me caution about this guy. This guy is not clean. And so I'm not promoting his comedy specials or anything like that. But on these reels and stuff, when they have him clean, it's just a clean, and he says something funny on a talk show or something, funny stuff. And so Bill Burr in 10 seconds is going to tell you about WNBA pay and whose fault it is they don't get paid. Okay, so here he is.
None of you failed them. Not me. Not men. Women failed the WNBA. Ladies, name your top 5 all-time WNBA players of all time. Come on. Let's hear it. Name 5 WNBA teams.
So he says why, and I've seen him do this before he goes further, why is it men's responsibility to give the WNBA an audience?
That's a good point.
It's women playing. Why aren't women watching it?
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't y'all be supported? Why are y'all mad at us? What do we got to do?
Y'all's place.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Right. Well, I can tell you, this is one of the biggest misunderstood and wrong marketing. Bubba and I have been talking about this for years. We'll sit down with people, and people think that women want to hear and see other women. It just isn't so. I mean, they might like it if the person is very talented, just like anybody would. But this thing that there's some sisterhood. When it comes, you get the women together.
I think if
who does she think she is?
If you just want to talk in general terms, I think sometimes the females can be more critical of other females than anybody.
Oh, Bubba. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I tried to also, speaking of women, have you ever attempted to try to go into their world and see if you can get an answer? I did some investigation about women and shoes, and that's a running joke. It's been around forever.
Sure.
And so I noticed that my wife was wearing some shoes that she seemed to be, no surprise here, getting a lot of compliments on from what? Other women.
Yeah.
Oh, I love those shoes. Those shoes are so cute. Where'd you get those shoes? So we get back home, and I'm looking at the shoes, and to me, they don't look comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, can I ask you a question about women and shoes? And she's like, sure. Will you wear shoes no matter how uncomfortable, if they're cute? She said, absolutely. I said, so y'all will suffer through shoes that are killing your feet as long as they're cute.
But look at how
she says 100%. And I said, so the cute is it. That is it. Comfort isn't it. No. She goes, if you ever are fortunate enough to hit both, great. But really, cute is supreme. And then I tried this one, and she said it was logical. I said, let's talk about how many shoes. There I go there.
Oh, boy.
There I go there. I would like to investigate you. You're a woman. She goes, well, thank you for noticing. I've known you for 30 years. We've been married for 28. Why all the shoes? And she says, well, because there are shoes in the closet and I'm sure you've heard this too, that are specifically there for a certain outfit.
Yeah, they have to match.
They serve no other purpose.
Right.
So can you imagine that if every time we went out, and first of all, we don't go buy clothes, but let's say that we went to buy clothes.
Yeah.
And every time we
Just
got
barely wear them.
Like let's say I got me a pair. You're right. I got me a pair of dress shorts and a polo, and I had to go over and pick a pair of shoes out for it.
Yeah.
We just
The ones
make,
you had
we just
just
make
wouldn't
our
do.
shoes adapt to whatever we got.
Yeah,
on.
we
wear whatever we're wearing now,
And so so have you ever seen them? I know y'all have them in your wife's closet. Some of them, it's almost like they're playing a mind game with us. They want us to know that they bought those shoes for the rarest of days.
Yeah.
Because they'll literally leave them in the box they walked out of the store in, and it looks brand new. I've opened the box for it, and it smelled new in there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how many times have these shoes even been worn? Every time I wore fill-in-the-blank outfit. Well, how many times is that?
3.
Yeah. So I guess the new information I had, and it's not overly surprising, the outfit thing I kind of had figured out. Didn't make me love it because, women's shoes. And what I love about these people that just squeeze you on women's shoes, I've looked at these shoes. There's no way y'all can justify that price. It's just a piece. They bare their foot is just on one little thing. There's a couple straps across their feet. How much could that cost?
And they'll charge what people will pay.
Exactly.
Yes.
And but
the name on it.
But I kind of thought I knew. But
Put
I
a
got,
red bottom on it. It even goes up higher.
Yeah, what is all this red bottom thing?
higher.
I heard that broke out. How many red bottom shoes you got?
Oh, yeah.
But and look, I applaud the women's shoe people. I applaud you. I mean, well done. You've got it. Especially that they will wear them even if they're uncomfortable as long as they're cute. You don't even have to concentrate on comfort. Just throw some shoe together, and if you've thrown something together, some combination that's cute, if they're, because we've all been there. You ever had your wife, you be at something that went a little longer, and she thought those shoes served their purpose, and suddenly you look and they're changing shoes. And you're like, what happened? Oh, those are killing my feet. Yeah. Really? Why'd you wear them? Because they're cute. That's it. And
some of them high heels, there's no way they don't just kill your feet.
And I know we've talked about it. I'm becoming such
It's a great presentation, but it just seems like I don't know who talked anybody into that.
Well, I'm not. I think I don't mind. If you're willing to do it, that's perfect.
Oh, I encountered a lady coming out of a store the other day like she was on a balance beam.
I know.
She was trying to stay balanced on her heels. I'm like, good, bless your heart.
But can you imagine me walking in the room and you're like, Rick, what are you limping about? I say, these shoes are killing me. So why did you buy them?
Well, I think we probably
match my shirt.
We probably go.
Cute.
We go the other way.
Oh,
I'll be in a suit
Bubba.
wearing my tennis shoes.
Oh,
Bubba.
Bubba, I don't know if this is a marker of being an old man. Comfort is everything to me now on these shoes. I couldn't care less what they look like. I could not care less what they look like. Just please don't hurt my feet.
That's why Bubba liked them springs on them he had.
Yep.
You ought to bring those back.
Bring them back. Bring them back, Bubba.
I think you were way out ahead of everybody on those.
Yeah, those are good.
All right, if you're leaving us,
You ever wear them? You ever put them on? That's
if you're leaving us, have a good day.
moving along. Helps you back.
Don't
I need
forget,
'em,
don't forget Wednesday Bible study coming up today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. If you're leaving us now, don't forget the archives. If you're staying with us, there's a certain way of life that is exploding. It may surprise you what it is. Okay, there's a way of life people are drifting to. We'll tell you about it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
So why? Why can he carry on church and say, come and don't come if you're going to put yourself at risk? We'll have some basic things, but we're going to meet here at church. And they're meeting, but you're somewhere else saying you're not going to meet at all because you think it'll be too dangerous, but he's doing it, and apparently it's not.
Right. But there are cases, to be fair, that have happened.
But why?
I don't know.
But why not there?
I don't know.
Can you explain that?
I mean, there are churches that have had.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, but a small church having an outbreak is a bigger percentage. But I'm talking about in a church of that size, how he says that he able to do it.
I guess same way I was in the room with 3 of these guys.
That's what I mean.
It gets crazy.
I know.
Can't get a handle on it.
So how
makes no sense.
Carbon units.
Yeah, and how can California have more cases than Florida, but shut down more than Florida does?
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for hanging with us now for 3 decades.
Well, old friend visiting with us to start the hour. Hello to Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK land. There's an opportunity to see Heart and Soul with Taylor Hicks and the Taylor Hicks Band coming up Samford University's Wright Center this Friday night, 7 p.m., tickets are still available. You can get those by going to the ticket office there at Samford. It will benefit AlabamaGameChangers.org, and Taylor Hicks joins us now. Taylor Hicks, welcome back.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
We're good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm making it. I'm doing shows, and, it's spring has sprung.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Taylor, we're thinking about going maybe do some snow skiing. Would you like to join us?
I can't do that. I tried that in February, and I busted my ACL. So
well done.
Oh boy.
I just don't know if Alabamians that love food are cut out for mountain stuff.
Well, I really think you should see the snow from a 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, right.
A Jeep.
I
something.
think just having that vista for me at this point moving forward is probably the best. Look, I need to. People have said over the years. It's really, you might just want to stick to singing, son.
Yeah. Well, Bubba and
I know a number of people who have gone snow skiing and tore their ACL.
Oh,
I mean, it's an incredible number.
I have people that have had to be put back together in all kinds of ways. You're right. I remember, Bubba, when you and I made the brilliant idea of never in our lives ever been anywhere near snow skiing. Our first trip ever, we decided to go all the way to Breckenridge.
Yeah, the highest.
We couldn't breathe. Kids are throwing up. I mean, and we don't know what to do. And Bubba, first time I'd ever seen this, and it was funny watching the teachers. They were going to teach you how to snow ski in 10 to 15 minutes and put you on the slopes. But we actually arrived with a person whose knee was already hurt.
Yeah, I was recovering from knee surgery, so it kind of got me out of that.
We
cut out the middleman.
You're not going to have any help if you have any trouble on the slopes if you're going with somebody that's already got an injury.
Yeah, well, but to your point, the guy who was trying to teach me to do it, and I think I made one successful trip down. He tried to give me a speech about what you just said, being from Alabama, apparently enjoying to eat, and he asked me, "Why don't you go and try to lose some weight?" Maybe get yourself in shape to snow ski and come back again. I have never been back.
Well, I can tell you the folks at Andrews sports medicine, they've done a whale of a job. I mean, I went in and got the surgery, and I had the injury, and I've been able to do shows this spring, and was hobbled over to the Grand Ole Opry and got to play there this spring too. So it hadn't hampered me much, and it's getting better. But I'm looking forward to this show Friday night. It's a special one for me.
Are you going to stand? Will you be standing?
Oh yeah,
Do you have a stool?
Oh, you won't
sit
even
on,
know.
or-
You won't even know it. They won't. For the first few weeks, it was tough. Getting around and learning how to getting the surgery done and stuff. But now, now I'm on my way. Thank goodness. But
Taylor, I'm curious as to how they fixed your knee. Did they move a tendon over? Did you get a donor? How'd you have it fixed?
Well, I got an allograft, which was the donor, which is something that I've just kind of been wrestling with. I'm kind of thinking about who that donor is, and I can't, that's kind of tough to think about sometimes. But whoever it was a pretty stable. It was a pretty stable tendon, because I haven't had any problems with it, and God willing, and the creek don't rise, I can keep getting rehab and be full strength here in a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah. What I would have said, any donors that are good snow skiers, put that one in.
Well, Taylor, when I had one of mine done, I said, I want a donor that was like a 19-year-old basketball player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry that he ran into some problems, but I want a good one if I'm gonna get one.
So Taylor, also, how will this affect the Celebrity Pro-Am on May the 8th?
Oh, I'm playing in it. I might be a resident seeing putter, but I think this is my 15th year in a row doing the regions, and I'm kind of on a good streak. And I talked to Gene Hallman yesterday, and I'm going to be there with bells on. And it's such a great time to see everybody and look. That's one of my more exciting days of the year, that I have to be able to see some old friends like y'all, and see a bunch of coaches I hadn't seen, a lot of players, and some new faces. And so, yeah, I'll be there with bells on.
All right, so let's talk about Friday night. So Friday night, Samford University, the Wright Center. It's Taylor, you and the Taylor Hicks Band, benefiting AlabamaGameChangers.org. And great organization. They're from your hometown, and they focus on diagnosis and treatment for kids, teens, adults with dyslexia and other learning disabilities. And dyslexia, of course, affects 10 to 20% of the general population. So these are people that, you don't understand. Most of them are brilliant people, but this is a legitimate learning disability. I know many who struggle with it, and you find ways to overcome it. And one of the things you can do that is because of great people like Alabama Game Changers.
Well, it really is a miraculous organization. I've been able to do this and be around it firsthand the last few years. And what it does is it really provides medical care, and also, you can go in and you can get pretty much everything that you need to succeed in life, whether that's the medical side of it, whether that's helping you read, whether that's the psychological aspect, or whether you just need a push, a good positive push to get you going. I've seen this organization have real results, and that's something that I'm always excited about to be a part of, is an organization that really does change people's lives. I've had kids come up to me that have been through this, and they really say it helps. I mean, it gets kids ready for the next step in their lives, and then ultimately their careers.
So, yeah, you can go to AlabamaGameChangers.org. So talk to me about, if I'm going to the concert, we're going to have originals, we're going to have a little bit of everything. What's the set list look like?
Well, luckily, when I'm in Birmingham, I get to pull all my Birmingham musicians. So it'll be a full stage, and the Samford, the Samford Center right there, the Wright Center is it's a gorgeous venue. I'm gonna do some Bob Seger. I'm gonna do some songs off of American Idol. I'm gonna do some songs off of the record, some new songs off of the new record that's coming out. So I'm blessed to be able to be a part of that organization. I do it every year, and I hope that people will support it because it truly is it's a game changer. No pun.
No doubt about it. Friday night, Samford University Wright Center, 7 p.m. It all starts. Tickets.samford.edu. There's still some seats available, so you're going to hear a great show. Of course, Taylor may limp slightly, but you'll hear great musicians, and you'll also make a difference in people's lives, too, through AlabamaGameChangers.org. Taylor, always a pleasure, buddy. He's sitting on it.
It's overpowering the speaker.
It is.
Shut it down.
It's so loud. It's so loud. Shut it down. He shut the whole thing down. So we'll see you.
See you at Regions.
See you soon.
See you. Love you guys. Y'all be good. God bless.
Thank you, Taylor. Taylor Hicks. We'll come back 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We start this hour with the national anthem. How about you, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome on in to the little thing we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's unpack another one, Bubba. Well, what do you do, Bubba? Every day we go away, we come back, and you just go, there it is again. Here's what I've done.
I mean, nobody's shocked. You knew that was going to happen.
Well,
and look, the demos have been talking about impeaching Donald Trump since before his inauguration. This has been that's the new, the bat we're going to whip everybody with. I'm not surprised by it. Who is surprised by it?
Nobody. I will say this though, we're all trying to do better, and we're trying to grow, and we're being sanctified and changed. And when you see yesterday, there's a term for it, and we're all trying to do better. And I think we've come a long way with language. So you start trying to find ways to say the same thing, but not be something that might be, bothersome or come across the wrong way. And there's a thing for what you saw yesterday, and it's a very popular phrase. I even prefer it, if I was being honest, over dumpster fire. But I've come up with a new way to say it. I tell you what that was. That was a manure matinee.
Oh, I like that.
How do you like that?
Classy is what it is.
A manure matinee.
Okay.
Well,
see, that's so people are not as bothered by that.
Yeah, I like that.
Than saying something that might have been a little more appropriate.
Right.
Well, again, it's just it's almost comical.
I was wondering, Bubba, did you find yourself? It didn't matter what side of the political fence you're on, because if it was a debate about politics in our country, some of the speeches yesterday from the left, you just found yourself saying, Greg, as we grew up hearing, you don't mean that. I mean, am I really watching these people? Are these? I know y'all been saying a lot, and I'll say this on both sides of the fence to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
We got some really batty people.
Yes, sir.
That are in some pretty influential positions.
Oh yeah.
I'm
you just assume they must really be something if they're there.
Greg, it's one thing they've got a podcast or they do a show on CNN or MSNBC. These people are sitting there. They're part of Congress
voting on law.
Hey, there's some batty people there. I mean,
I caught some of the speeches. There was a lot more about racism than there was insurrection.
What was that?
Well, again, it's just impeachment is a political tool, and that's really what you're seeing. And again, I don't think very wise. I think they're just opening Pandora's box. They're just galvanizing some of the people who are extreme out there. And the guy's gone in 6 days. So, I mean, you're just grinding a greasy spot at this point, and all you're going to do is you say you want people to come together, you want peace, but you're not doing the things to achieve that. It's just strange to me. I don't know. I thought they were smarter than that, too.
Yeah, but to your point, Bub, on that, yesterday as I'm watching it, and I'm sitting, and this has been a while since I've watched like actual what's going on the floor, the process, the whole thing. And so they getting 30 minutes, and you can yield your time to so and so, or 30 seconds, and most of them were using 30 seconds, and that was it. And I
yield
thought
my time.
They would grab their piece of paper they had prepared, or evidently somebody else prepared it for them because they had to read it word for word, never looked up. And I thought, so we can't. Pretty big deal that happened last week. We can't speak to the heart on this for 30 seconds.
No, because it's all.
We're incapable of that.
I found myself, and I only saw,
I can't tell you what I was thinking.
I saw the highlights, which was helpful. Of course, they gave me the most absurd, I'm sure, but that's still.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing. So let me see if I have this right before we go to break, because I'm a good, and I know I'm a good. But these people apparently don't know they are, but they are. But so here's where I think I'm right where we are. The House has voted to impeach President Trump for a second time.
Correct.
McConnell, the turtle, says he's not going to bring Senate in until after the inauguration, and President Trump will be gone. Biden will be the president, and then the Senate could possibly come in and vote about President Trump after he's left?
Well,
Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. As we walk through another day together, it's been fun. If you missed some of the show today, just go back and catch the daily archives either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Bubba, America is moving to a new way of life. They're calling it an explosion. They're calling it an Amish explosion as more people are adopting the Amish lifestyle.
As I walk through the valley where I harvest my grain, I take a look at my wife and realize she's very plain. But that's just perfect for an Amish like me. You know I shunt fancy things like electricity.
Here we go.
At 1:30 in the morning, I'm milking cows. Jebediah feeds the chickens and Jacob plows. And I've been milking this cow with so long that even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. I'm a man of one hand, I get some discipline. Got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my chin. But if I finish all of my chores and it's finished time, then tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699.
Here we go.
We've been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise.
Yeah. So, Bubba,
according to the story, Rick, the Amish population in our country is exploding. They said the population has doubled in size since the year 2000. So in 24 years, the population doubled.
Yes.
You might think it was going the other way, that people were leaving that lifestyle.
Right.
We've seen shows about it.
No. Yeah.
You know, when the Amish head to New York, that's always exciting.
Doesn't go well.
Well, they don't have any TV or
I find this a shocking story today. I had no idea. Let me put it that way.
Bubba, you said it. New settlements in Colorado, Nebraska, New Mexico, South Dakota, Vermont, and Wyoming. The people that are sick and tired, and I believe this, in my opinion, certainly they're producing offspring that are staying, not leaving. Like you said before, there was kind of mod to leave,
and they can breed.
I think when
they got nothing else to do.
Thank you, Greg. They actually have a lot of chores, Greg.
Yeah, but I mean, they ain't got no TV or none of that to bother them.
Well,
right.
That gives them a strong back.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. And so when you look and you think to yourself, if we're living in a time, we have sponsors talking about this, where being prepping, being self-reliant has now become not just, hey, that might be a cool kind of lifestyle, possibly a necessity. I think people are saying, look, if I go ahead and immerse myself in that way of life, I'll be ready.
Yeah,
I'll know what to do.
Dang the grid.
Rick, the population experts who wrote this story, who penned it, said that right now we're seeing a doubling of the Amish population every 20 years. Given that rate, if it holds true, the Amish population in our country will hit 1 million by the end of the century.
Do you find it odd that they said,
a lot of neck
we're
beards.
accustomed, and I've been to the
Lot of
Amish
what? Neck beards.
Bubba, and I've been to the Amish community in Pennsylvania, so I've been there.
Oh, that's the show enough.
But they said that Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, we're kind of accustomed to that. But now Maine, Florida, New Mexico,
What?
Texas, Idaho,
And then you have some variations of the Amish. You have
Mennonites.
the Mennonites, and some of this other, which
Plain-
I don't
plain
fully
people.
understand.
What did you say?
Plain people.
Are you just making one of your comments?
That's
or-
real.
They're called just plain. That's the
Yeah.
name.
I
Who are
used to
you?
work with one.
You did not.
Yeah.
Why'd you look
Wild
at
Maid's
Now,
clothes.
What's
have
the
you-
difference?
You've heard this story before. You
He was
forgot
an
about
IT
it.
guy.
Amish guy who's an IT guy.
Well, that's not Amish.
I thought he was plain people. I think is what he said.
Well, what's plain people? Is that Amish?
It's a spinoff.
His wife made his own clothes. Did he drive a car? How did he get to
yeah.
work? Okay, so his wife
Oh,
made
they're
his
not-
own
they're not quite
clothes.
as-
He's out there.
He did drive. I don't think they're as strict on technology, say, as the Amish pure would be.
You have to sleep with a board in the middle of the bed?
Now that I don't know.
Now that's well,
I'm looking it
that
up.
goes away. At a certain point. You saw the movies.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, you're right. But what I think they're talking about, Bubba, is that the hardcore Amish, the buggy riders,
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
That's where they're growing.
The folks that don't have cell phones, don't have social media, they work the fields, they raise the barns, they help each other out, they make their own food, their own clothes. They're basically operating, for lack of a better term, off the grid together.
Well, and this is what it says. It says that the expansion underscores that it is now becoming, maybe you look at it, desirable to live in a community that is not technologically focused. They're focused on family time. It says that there's no problem with your kids having their nose in a cell phone, on social media, and having to deal with the attacks on social media that have so many kids committing suicide now. They're saying this lifestyle is becoming more and more appealing because we've tried the other, and frankly, there's a lot of stuff to overcome that if you just live this way, you wouldn't have it. They think it may be more healthy mentally, certainly for the family, and maybe more healthy for children to be not involved in some of this stuff that's out there technologically.
Well, maybe technology has expanded too fast. Maybe it's more than we can handle. If you just look at what's going on in the world, you certainly could make that argument, I think. But
You don't have to struggle what you're going to wear that day.
Yeah. What was the
it's all the
movie
same.
that Tim Allen was in where him and Kirstie Alley went?
Kirstie.
What is it?
Kirstie
Alley went. Who named that? Go with Kirstie, like everybody else.
For richer or poorer?
Where they went to the Amish country to hide out, and were in total shock after moving from New
Right,
York, but then
right.
kind of got into it at the end.
What about Kingpin?
Where are they?
Amish bowler?
This is my big question because I'm a little bit intrigued with the Amish lifestyle, but I got to know this: where are we on air conditioning?
Ooh.
Well,
I'm not living in some hot
Rick,
house.
I got at least having a windy unit.
I'm not living in some hot house. I might have helped you build it, and that might have been great. But when I'm building it, I'm gonna say, now we doing central air.
Yeah, let's go and run some duct
Well,
work.
if they're good at making barn trick, they probably have high ceilings, which
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I gotta have AC.
ventilation from below.
I don't want to be blowing some fan.
In
I gotta have it.
Pennsylvania, Ohio, some of those it might be a little cooler anyway. South Dakota.
Are we fire on
Vermont.
heat? Fire only?
Yeah, probably so. And you have to, trees.
We're
Cut
gonna
your own wood.
use no nails when we build either. Piece it together. I made that up.
Rick,
What was it
air
they called?
conditioners viewed as unnecessary luxury.
They called everybody else
I'm out.
in that movie the English. Didn't they
I'm so
call them
close.
the English?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I was so close to I just heard air conditioners out.
I was wondering why there were no Amish in Alabama from the chart I saw, and that answers it right there.
I'll tell you
Well,
why,
I-
because
100
it's hotter.
degrees.
Because it's hotter than 9 Hades.
Yes, they're all up in Pennsylvania.
I'm
Yeah,
becoming.
they probably would think it's too close to hell.
That's
You know?
it. Alabama summer Good gracious.
It's awful.
Good night.
You got a long dress and a headpiece on during that.
And you know, when August is over, I think everybody thinks, well, fall's on the way, but we forget
the
September
cruelty.
is just as bad.
The cruelty of September. Where we live, it's just August again.
Of course, the calendar's off. We know that's why they keep adjusting it. And they're
I vote September the cruelest month here.
it's deceiving. Isn't it?
You can see it on the calendar, and you're like,
if you do get a break in the weather, you get a dang hurricane or something, you know.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you, America. I've been living most my life.
Living in an Amish paradise.
I was gonna be Amish, but no AC now. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's you know,
Yes.
they'll
That makes a lot of
probably
sense,
they'll
doesn't it?
probably, you know, we're in uncharted waters on some of that, and Supreme Court may have to rule on it. Who knows?
But I do have the timeline right.
Well, I
mean,
think they are going to meet the day before, unless that's changed. The day before.
What I was
inauguration.
hearing last night is they started the whole "you can't impeach a private citizen," meaning at that point he won't be. He's gone. I mean,
well, I think that's what Mitch McConnell was saying, that if we're going to have hearings, we're going to do it during the inauguration. I mean, can you read between the lines on that?
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, it was a huge announcement yesterday. Was it NASA that made it, or who made it?
Well, it's actually the military, Rick. U.S. Space Command has chosen Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City, for its new $1 billion headquarters. How about that?
All right, so this is the Space Command that Trump got fired up about. And
well, it's not Space Force, it's Space Command.
What's the difference?
It's a little confusing. And,
What's the difference?
well, I can read you what they said. I don't know.
Can you
we got a
nutshell
lot
it?
of space
Can you
stuff,
nutshell
Rick,
it?
you know?
This is your area.
Well, let me give you what we do know. Decision has been made to move Space Command from Colorado to Alabama. The decision is provisional, depending on an environmental impact survey. The survey is scheduled to be completed in 2023. Until then, Space Command will remain in Colorado. Now, politicians in Alabama were celebrating the decision. Officials in Colorado not so happy.
Yeah.
They said it would cause a job loss there. It obviously would in a gain in Alabama.
Well, maybe we'll have an opportunity for the people of Huntsville to tell Colorado to eat it today.
So Space Command is one of 11 military commands. It's different from Space Force. Space Force is now one of the 6 military branches and has its headquarters at the Pentagon. So, you can dissect that however you want to. We already have the Army's Missile Command is in Huntsville at Redstone Arsenal. It is a 38,000-acre facility. If you've ever been there, toured there, you realize how big that is and how much is going on there already. It already plays a big role, and it was founded in World War II era. And really came to light when Warner von Braun chose it to be the headquarters for his rocketry as we headed to the moon.
This is ground control to Neighbor Bob. So let me.
Now,
I'd
here's
like to
the
hear
thing,
that story. By the way, I'd like to know. I'd like to see a documentary on how von Braun and all chose Huntsville and how all that came to be. I'd like to know. I'd love to watch a documentary.
What was his deal?
Why did he go? I'll tell you, this is where we need to be right here.
And here's the thing, too, I think you need to think about. NASA and a lot of our, big government space stuff is spread out across the country. And while that may not be efficient always for us putting everything together, it's done because, obviously, congressmen and senators want money coming into their state.
Course,
And it's somewhat fair. Everybody's paying into it, so you spread the business out. I got that, even though it causes some inefficiencies in the system. Now, the delegation in Colorado said that they will ask President-elect Biden to overturn this and bring it back to Colorado. So now some of the people are trying to turn this into political, that this is a Trump thing. There was a big commission that went through a long process trying to decide where this needed to be and for what reasons. There were sites they looked at in Colorado, Florida, Texas, New Mexico, and Nebraska, where we already have some current military things going on. So Redstone is probably underutilized right now, given the size of it and where it is. And but some people are trying to turn this into a red state, blue state deal and all that, which, if I lost, I would be doing that. But we've lost things here that went to other places. We lost the chemical school at Fort McClellan when it went to Missouri.
That stung.
Things like that happen. So I think it'll be, it's going to be a boom for Huntsville. There's no doubt about it.
As if they need one.
And the fact that the environmental impact study will not even be done to 2023 means that, I don't even know how much input Biden will have on this. We may have another president by then, so shortly after.
Yeah, we're talking to Speedy's dad on the podcast last week, and, of course, we all have friends, and I have family that lives in that area in a combination, and that place is booming.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
It is. Yeah, it is.
And there's a lot of, high tech that's already there. We have, there's a lot of things, let me just say, housed at.
Lines are open. Greg Burgess taking the phone calls right now. If you're on hold, we're about to chat with you. TheraBreath, yes, sir. Part of the show, been part of the show for a while. Dr. Katz, he was been up here many times talking about his research, and let me tell you, if you don't want to deal with bad breath, and you never know when it's coming. Some of you, you're sitting there, you thought you started out good, but you've had breakfast now. Oh, really? So you went with peppers in the omelet. Was that a good idea? Onions. So now you could just reach over like us, and you could just get yourself a TheraBreath lozenge. And before you know it, boom, somebody get a lozenge. And then you will have a good, wonderful breath again. They also have their mouthwash for healthy gums. They do a great job with that. It's not just bad breath, but also, you need to be sure that that's healthy hygiene when it comes to our mouth and our gums. All of their products don't have any dyes. There's no artificial colors, gluten-free, even certified kosher. So if you have bleeding gums when you brush or floss, try TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse, and it'll solve that for you. They have a whitening oral rinse that's superior to the competition. So if you'd like to find out where all these products can be found, you simply go to TheraBreath.com. Now, you can also find them at over 100 retailers, but sometimes due to shelf space, all of it won't be there. If you like to find the product you're looking for, if you can't find it on the shelf, go to TheraBreath.com. We also have the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I've also been able to get them on Amazon as well. All right, so let's get to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Austin in Alabama. Austin, welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning, Green Acres.
Hey. Thank you for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay, so Matt earlier talking about the light thing again.
Do not,
right.
Austin, I'm telling you,
yeah.
I'll find you. I'll find you. Do not take us down this road again. You better have a funny comment about it, and that's it.
Oh, well, I don't, but okay. Listen, so I think his question was, I'm
not doing it. I just can't. I can't sit through that again.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
I just can't do it. I can't do it. If you want to make a funny comment, that's it. I cannot continue this conversation. I can't. At one time, I think my body left me and it was hovering over me. Let's go to Phyllis in Alabama. Phyllis, go ahead.
Good morning, Green Acres.
Thank you, Phyllis. Go ahead.
Okay, you were talking about the heat in Alabama.
Oh.
I moved here from Texas, and you don't know heat until you've been in Texas.
Well, then I don't want to go to Texas. I've been to Texas many times, but I've never been there in the blazing heat. I've normally been there in the winter.
Even the heat's
and I see that.
Now, I've been
I did a speaking engagement in Austin last August, but I don't remember it being anything like Alabama.
We played tennis in Arizona at the national tournament. It was not near as hot as it was here due to the humidity. It was
Correct.
the dry heat.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Texas has per se. I'm sure there's a mix depending on where you're at.
Yeah, where you they pick up in some areas that humidity too. But the thing about Alabama, and I've people who've moved here and didn't have your experience, but you came from Texas or part of Texas, you said it's even worse. But most of the people, what they're not ready for is how wet it is. It's such a wet heat, so humid, so wet, so miserable.
Yeah, I remember when we were playing, you didn't even need a towel.
Right.
And you play here, you feel like you're in a shower.
Oh.
You know, you're just dripping wet.
Glenda in Alabama. Glenda, go ahead.
Excuse me, hello. I used to live in South Dakota, and you were talking about the Amish, and it being cooler weather, but in Sioux Falls, the temperature would get up to 105 and 110, so much so that it would buckle the roads, the highways. So just thought I'd let you know that there is some extreme heat.
Yeah,
up there.
But overall, wouldn't the average be a lot lower?
Yeah, I mean, but I've also noticed.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, because it gets real cold too. I don't want it to be 1, and I don't want it to be 101.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it does both there.
Agree.
Yeah, so there we go.
I'm looking up some of these current temperatures just to see.
Mm-hmm.
But the average is that's what you're looking at. You're gonna have hot days everywhere, and you're gonna have cold days everywhere.
Greg in Alabama. Greg, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rick. How are y'all today?
Good.
Hey, just want to explain the difference. You're talking about the technology about the Amish. The Mennonites have more technology. They left the organization. Sometimes they use power equipment, this, that, and the other. They've adapted a little bit better. But the Amish, they're pretty much the same. And tell you, there's communes in Pulaski, Tennessee, and in Ethridge, Tennessee. It'd be worth a 3-hour drive on the weekend to take a horse and buggy right through there. You get a little educated on them. They're interesting people.
Well, they got good at making sausage. I know that.
Yeah, they are. The Mennonites. When I went to the Amish community in Pennsylvania, it was beautiful. They were wonderful people, and the food they had it was phenomenal.
Everyone that I've ever known were super nice people.
And it looks like there's Mennonites in Safford, Alabama, Springville, Hartselle section, Gunnersville. There's lots of Mennonite
What was that
churches.
first town?
What did I say?
I don't know. I was trying to.
Safford. Safford.
Stafford. Yeah. You know where that is?
There's no T.
There's no T.
Stafford.
Safford.
There's no T.
Safford.
Yeah.
Safford. That's what I said. It's between here and Gunnersville, isn't it?
I don't know.
You talking about Stafford or Safford?
Safford.
Safford. The one with the
Speedy. I'm talking about Safford.
We continue.
Can I give you the highs and lows just for Sioux Falls for comparison?
Yeah.
Their hottest month of the year is July.
Ow.
Average high 85, average low 62.
Oh, come on.
Their coldest month of the year is January. Average high 26, average low 6.
Ooh, boy, January.
No, I like living in Alabama. I like the mild winters. I think spring is just absolutely beautiful. My complaint is fall is too hot. Okay, we don't get enough beautiful fall days. When we do, that's quite. And the summer is just too cotton picking long, which is why.
By comparison, our hottest month here in our state is looks like it is July, and the average high is 91, the low is 71. So you're talking about a little bit of difference there. And then our coldest month. This is what's funny. In January, our high is 53, low 33. That's a big difference there.
Yeah,
sure is.
Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
But we got a lot of those high 80 and 90 months.
Oh, yeah. Go, Eric.
How's it going, guys?
We're great.
Good, buddy.
Hey,
can you talk about the
trying to
speed
do
of
a little
light?
bit? No, I don't want to talk about that. I'm talking about these light golf clothes like Rick is wearing now.
Oh, yeah.
Met him over at the Man Church event at Nazareth.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to do a little bit better. And so I'm having to replace my wardrobe because I've lost a whole bunch of weight.
Congratulations, man.
I'm finding these golf clothes. That's where it's at.
That's where it's
Rick
at.
is on it. He's all over it.
Look, let me tell you, very boring activity to watch, but their clothing is phenomenal. Their golf courses are beautiful. The snacks are good. But their clothing is a game changer.
It is.
It's some of the most comfortable clothing out there, and I love it. And I'm glad you're coming on board, Eric.
But I will tell you this: there's not a lot of golfers that fit Craig Sadler's
no
style of body style.
You run aground on that a little bit. You have to do a little better to even get in the club.
Yeah, it's just.
I tell you, you're making an impact on the golf community with clothing. I walked into the Travis Matthews store close by, and they were like, "Hey, y'all been talking about us?"
Yeah, I didn't even know what I had on.
We're feeling the effect. People are coming in.
Well,
I think that's what you had.
Oh, their pants and shirt, unbelievable. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I just put on something that was comfortable at a sporting goods store. I didn't even know what I was doing.
Right.
But I loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
The Walrus. I got to play with Craig Sadler.
Yes, you did.
Stadler. He does have a T.
Stadler.
Isn't he for Safford?
Yes, he is. A lot of people don't know. And he was Amish one time.
Right. Let's go to Baker in Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, don't know if y'all noticed when Biden was boasting about being ahead in 35 different polls, but there's a young teenager behind him, and it looked like he was just having the worst day of his life being there.
I saw that.
He
You're right.
miserable. And his mom
it
was
looks
trying to tell
like
him
he
to
was
sit
being
up.
held hostage.
Yeah. Let's go to Davis in Alabama. Davis, go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to talk about why our president has agreed to pay for that bridge that the ship hit. When that ship ought to have insurance, and the ship's insurance ought to be paying for that. Why should the American people pay for that?
Yeah, are we paying for the bridge?
Biden said that they would use federal money to rebuild the bridge. He did say that. Now, I don't know what the nooks and cranny of that is. He may mean to expedite the building and then try to recoup that from the insurance money. I don't know. Good question though, sir. I understand.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think he was trying to get it going quickly because it is such a major thoroughfare.
Yeah.
And it's also a great way to buy some more votes.
That's right. We'll come back. We'll wrap up this hour. We got a few stories we hadn't hit. We may squeeze in another phone call or two, but we'll wrap up this hour when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Now at Redstone that are very valuable to our defense, and we appreciate all the people who work there. We have a lot of them listen to the show on the river up there in Huntsville.
So it will be funny though to see if Huntsville and the state of Alabama and everybody begins to celebrate, and then Biden jumps in and says not so fast. I've received a text, but you talk about it first, Bubba, and I'll see if this ties into what you're about to say.
It may be totally out of school. I'm just telling you what I have heard. Okay?
Talking about Space Command, right as of right now, if nothing changes, will be set up in Huntsville, Alabama. And then we started talking about the great space and rocket history that involves Huntsville, Alabama, and Von Braun picking it out. Why? Has there ever been a documentary about that? And Bubba says, here's some things I heard. Somebody say it.
There has been documentaries about it. Mm-hmm. And you can go and you look that up, and like a lot of history, there's usually versions of it depending on who's telling the story. Mm-hmm. But I think when we went on an all-out hunt for him at the end of World War II because the Russians were looking for him too because they had the most advanced rocket technology on the planet at that point. We found him. We got him out before the Russians. We almost started World War III getting him out, but we got him out. Right. Okay. So he comes, and Johnson, who very powerful at the time, wanted most of that stuff set up in Texas, which a lot of it is.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And
Houston, we have a problem.
And again, I'm just telling you what I heard. This may not be true. This is a story I've been told.
Somebody said?
This is a somebody said. Then I'm going to give you what some of PBS's history
I'm going to give
here.
this text I have. I think is a pretty biggie too.
So he was initially set up with the Army in Texas, but a lot of people in Texas with knowledge of this was very uncomfortable with someone who was a high-ranking Nazi running the space program in Texas. Now, Texas-Nazi does not go together. You see there's a problem there. And they got a lot of pushback about it. So they were not about to let Werner von Braun get away. So they said, we're going to find you another spot where it's a little more isolated, may not be as much of a hot zone for this, and we'll let you have some input on it.
And apparently, he ended up at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville. And the story is that he liked the area because it reminded him of his home in Germany because he could see the mountains in the distance, but it was flat where they were working, and he just liked the environment. So it was set up in Huntsville. Huntsville was glad to have the jobs. Huntsville was a much smaller town at that time. They were out in the country where they're not now, and everybody was happy to have the jobs, so it happened.
So this
is that somewhat close to what you've heard?
This is more, and it may be wrong. I'm not going to give you very many details, but it sounds similar to what you're saying. Got this, says Pulitzer Prize winning author Diane McWhorter, and I know, Bubba, you've read a lot of her work.
I do. I follow her close.
Who wrote Carry Me Home, is actually writing a book right now about the history of NASA in Huntsville and the Nazi connection.
Yes.
So
see, not only did we bring,
so there's a book coming on all this that ought to be pretty good.
Not only did we bring Werner von Braun,
and explain why you're saying Brown and not Braun,
because that's his name.
Yeah,
that's his name.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people think you're mispronouncing it.
No, we've actually interviewed his secretary on the air and clarified that, and it's been a running joke for years because I will not change it to von Braun, but that's how the Germans spell Brown. But the Southerners just could not deal with the fact that you had Braun as Brown because they knew it as Brown, and so they changed it to sound German, von Braun, but it was really von Braun the whole time. So I was looking for some facts on this from PBS. They actually have a story here about the series called Chasing the Moon, and they said that the U.S. Army they were glad to get him. They had the technology, but there was, some PR problems with the fact that he used to work for Adolf Hitler.
That's a tough one. You see that on the resume, and you're like, okay, now we've looked over your resume. We'd like to talk to you about the Hitler thing.
But he had said all along from the very beginning that he basically was apolitical. He was a scientist. He wanted to chase space. He wanted to carry a man to the moon, and that's all he really was concerned about. He was not into the Nazi movement and what they were doing, wasn't aware of some of it. He just wanted to build rockets, even though some of it was used as military weapons against Allied cities. And he said, that you had to be a member of the Nazi Party if you were going to have a career and not be carried off to a concentration.
To the top of the hour, we're back. So if we're looking right at life, all right. So no, I'm just kidding. All right. So we're working our way back.
As we're standing on the side.
So if I was able to stand on a laser.
The only way you can see it on the side is if you have no mass whatsoever, and you're not confined to space and time. But anyway,
you're gonna get out of here talking again.
I'm sorry.
All right. So when if you're looking for the rest of the day today, Wednesday Bible study comes up today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, getting really close to finishing 2 Corinthians. If you can't watch it live, the archive gets out pretty quick after. It'll be on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Bubba, you have a robot story.
Adler has supplied us with some video. These robots keep getting better and better. We hear a lot about AI and all this stuff. I want you to see the agility of this robot from Boston Dynamics. It's just a little short clip here, but watch how it can stand up.
Oh, boy. All right, so right now it looks like the Rick and Bubba logo.
Right. While I'm getting this queued up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's a ship shifter.
Boston Dynamics, like Bubba said, has retired their hydraulic Atlas robot, and here's their all-electric.
Oh, no.
All-electric hydraulic, or all-electric robot, Atlas.
And notice there's no cables. It's operating on its own, wireless.
Oh my goodness, it's like a zombie standing up.
This is real time. They haven't changed the speed. Look at that, how it stood up.
It's like a zombie standing up.
Look at it.
It's looking at me. It's spinning its head like the girl from the Poltergeist or whatever.
Why would we do this? That's Exorcist, not Poltergeist.
Different movie. There it goes.
I'm telling y'all, there's going to be a time they all can come marching down the street.
Yes.
They're going to want your stuff.
I think, we're getting real close. You're going to see these sold to do basic household jobs.
Mm-hmm.
No,
that'll be a big mistake.
I said no.
I'll be in there flipping burgers.
Cleaning houses, cutting grass.
You're not allowed to open the refrigerator anymore today.
Why are you spending time with your husband?
Give me that food.
Mm-hmm.
They,
Give me that donkey about them big old legs.
I don't think it'll say that.
I ain't too
I don't
proud
think
to
it'll
brag.
say that. I don't think it'll say that. I just don't. It could, I guess.
You know, the sickos out there.
Yeah,
Are always up to
Bubba.
something,
But
huh?
sickos, they can't wait for them. They already doing things we don't want to know about.
They'll take a robot.
Yeah. And you can't keep them out, they'll just come through the border.
So I didn't realize. I did not
Thank you
realize this was
very much.
hydraulic. So now they've gone away from the hydraulic to the electric, which is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we need anybody to turn a flip, we got it.
Greg, that's just showing you what they can do.
You know, eventually they'll probably replace football games with robots. It'll be just like the Jetsons.
Oh, no question.
That way nobody
I know
gets
that's
hurt.
coming.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, let's do that.
Until somebody starts saying, I guarantee. Write this down. So when they happen, we may all be gone, but write this down. We'll start with robots, okay, and they'll do all the things you're saying, Bubba, and then eventually, just write this down. There'll be an organization that thinks that robots are being mistreated.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And
the union.
and they'll become these organizations like PETA for robots. You just write it down.
Oh, I'm sure there's already some out there.
Bubba, do you drink 100% orange juice?
I try to drink a little orange juice every day when I can.
It's got to be 100% though.
Yeah, it says that
You mean
orange
freshly
juice.
squoze?
How about a little pulp in it?
It says researchers say the effects of drinking 100% orange
I
juice
didn't used to.
compared to a sugar-sweetened beverage or an orange drink says
You talking about
that-
orange?
yeah, it says that the study found that it had really good health benefits. 30, and notice they put in parentheses or in quotes here, normal weight adults. Well, see, it's always a shot.
Oh, yeah.
There's always a shot. 36 normal weight adults were tasked with either drinking 100% orange juice or an orange drink or water before eating, and they found that food and energy intake was lower than those who drank 100% orange juice compared to the orange drink.
How does it affect it if you have a donut with it?
Not good.
That kind of curbs it a little.
Is this what they're trying? They're trying to make this saying it's going to curb your appetite.
I think that's the
This is
bottom
new
line in
thing.
it, that your glucose
Well, you know what
levels
somebody
stay
said.
more
It doesn't do that
consistent.
to me.
The
throughout
orange
the day.
juice farmer says, "Hey, people are making bank on these appetite shots. How can we get in that?" Well, what if we start telling everybody that orange juice makes you not want to eat as much?
Yes.
I'm in.
You're right.
So like Fanta, then go with like a good brand like Fanta.
No, that's not what they said.
Oh, okay.
Good old Fanta.
Bubba,
I don't like just orange drinks.
picture this.
I do.
Picture being at the bank, and a woman wheels in a corpse, and allegedly tried to get him to sign off a loan in her name
Where
while
had he
holding
been?
his head up in front of suspicious staff. They did find out later this was just an appearance by Joe Biden.
Okay.
There was really nothing.
Nothing wrong here.
Boom. No, they said
Good.
they say
What?
the employees there
That's
started
not
filming the pair.
Fake
Look,
news.
here it is right here. That's a
He
dead man.
is not
That's
real.
a dead man.
Why?
I'm not showing it on TV because I don't want to show a dead man.
Well,
Wait a minute.
Interesting where you've drawn the line.
but
here.
did she
I draw
think
a
he could
line,
sign?
a dead man.
She's holding his head.
Holding the
with the
head.
pen.
They called for an ambulance and police.
No, he must have just.
As y'all just said, she's used her hand to keep the deceased person's head upright and told him, "Uncle, are you listening? You have to sign it. I can't sign it for you." And she's acting like this is her uncle and acting like he's
Y'all.
still alive.
Y'all, that is disturbing.
She then put the pen in his fingers and encouraged him to sign a piece of paper
Y'all, that can't
at
be
the
right.
bank. This is in Brazil.
What she found him at the house like that and said, "Let me run the bank real quick."
That's- you know what that means.
I guess.
Oh,
She
my
needs that
goodness.
money out of that account.
I am horrified.
Wants all his stuff.
Y'all, that doesn't even
that-
make sense.
That's
that
awful
is
right
horrible.
there. That's
Now
horrible.
my
That is
bad dreams.
Hey, that's terrible stuff right there.
I mean, you hear about these people keeping a body in their house because they're continuing to draw Social Security checks.
Mhm.
Y'all have heard about that a bunch.
Yep.
This is a new level.
I love this line from
That's
the
fake news.
from the bank worker.
Well, there's the video of it.
Yeah, that looks like Hugo, the man of 1,000 faces.
I don't think this is legal," said the bank employee. "He doesn't look very well. He sure is pale."
He can't
Well, yeah, that's because
speak.
he's dead.
Yeah.
He's getting paler every minute.
Mm-hmm.
So where did they? What was the end of this? Where did he come from? How long has he been dead?
Let's see if we
A
can.
few hours earlier, the deceased pensioner, Paulo Roberto Braga, 68,
Mm-hmm.
It had passed a few hours earlier.
She figured she'd run.
She
real
just
quick and
ran
get
to the
inside.
bank to get a loan before.
Correct.
She called to tell everybody.
That
died.
is crazy.
That is correct.
Didn't even put a ball cap on it.
Yeah.
She was trying to figure out how to make his.
You got to go
hand-
shades. Weekend at Bernie's.
Right.
We
They,
learned that.
Everybody
No,
knows
that
that.
right there was crazy.
They came and they said,
Don't ever show me that again.
after the arrest.
That is horrible.
The police confirmed that Mr. Braga was already dead when he came in the bank. They did arrest the woman.
Good.
So there you go.
Yeah, what kind of person?
Yeah, I mean,
hey, here's me an opportunity.
Well, now, Greg, wait a minute. Let's don't. I mean,
You-
it
I
didn't
mean,
work
with
out.
all the
but
cameras
I can
and
understand. It's
everything.
not a bad idea.
Well, I
it's
mean-
not good, and you shouldn't do it.
she didn't.
And
creative,
it
I'll give
didn't
her
go well.
Did
But-
she think he was barely hanging on, but he could hang on enough to get that pin sign?
No, she knew he was dead. She was trying. She's actually trying to
What do
hold.
you think?
She does the whole thing about it. What's wrong with
She's
you?
holding his head up.
She even
With her
says, if
hand.
you don't feel good, I can take you to the doctor. But let's finish this.
Yeah,
news.
go ahead and fill this out. while we're
Sign
at
this
it.
out so I can get all your money out
Right.
of your account.
Right.
Since I didn't.
Good night.
Yeah, that.
Oh wow!
That'll be tough to go to bed tonight.
Don't
after
you know
that.
though? Don't you know all the handlers of the current president have seen this story and they all said,
So-
"Yeah, tell us about it."
We can do
Right.
it. We can do it.
Yeah, should have had us
Speedy,
there.
Or maybe
show us how he was
maybe
doing.
that's where she got the idea.
Show us
I don't
how
know.
he was doing.
Really
Right.
come out. Sign him?
Where they found out that behind the scenes, Barack Obama actually got the loan.
Hey.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick